All right then.
And,
I meant like
and welcome back to Icewindale, Rime of the Frostmaiden. So, when we last left the Icewind Trackers, they had set out from Tourmaline after defeating a horrific beast from the Underdark that had crawled its way up and was picking off miners and kobolds alike one by one. You made a deal with the kobolds that should they rid this cave of the monster, they would help mine some gems and jewels for you. And they didn't even want to stay down here necessarily. You just agreed that they could perhaps find a place in Tourmaline, a abandoned house, and work for their keep by continuing to mine. And yeah, you found the monster. It was a ambush hunter, and it nearly dragged Ashanti to the depths below. Nearly dragged her off the edge whilst paralyzing them. And one of its tentacles wrapped around poor Faith, and she was dangling by a thread. And a heroic moment ensued as Wealgeist jumped off from the ledge, whilst a goat rammed into the into the creature. You grabbed onto Faith and then swept back around with a rope attached to you. And yeah, you saw the creature just become a splat on the side of the wall, and the goat, the faithful goat, fell all the way down, thousands of feet into the abyss. When you returned, you collected payment and didn't waste much time. You set out towards Lonelywood to handle the last quest of 10 Towns, the White Moose that is apparently attacking loggers. And so we left off there, right in front of the speaker's house. And let me just drag Sara-Jane to the scene. There we go. Cool. All right. So as you open up, as the door is opened up, you see there is a short little halfling. She is smiling. She's got her hair tied back in a bun, got like little freckles, and you can smell the scent of fresh cooking. And she's got like a plate of cookies that she's just laid out on the table. And yeah, she welcomes you and says, "Oh, welcome to Lonelywood. You are um new around here? You please come in from the cold, quick."
Thank you. We're not from around here. We're just, well, we have some questions for you if that's not too much trouble.
Of course, of course. Please help yourselves. I've just baked a fresh batch of cookies, so I'm perfecting my recipe for the Council of Speakers. There's a meeting soon.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate that. That's actually one of the warmest welcomes that we've had since we've been into 10 towns.
Ah, the friendliness is it's a bit of a variable from town to town, but I do what I can to make people feel comfortable in these dire times.
And how is your town surviving? Do you guys have enough food and resources?
It's
We understand there's been some unusual animal activity, but
well, it, Lonelywood is by far one of the smallest towns, so we don't have many people that we need to feed. We do go out into the lakes and fish for knucklehead, but some of that is sacrificed to Oral. The real problem is the logging. It's our responsibility to make sure that everyone has warm hearths across all of 10 towns, and so there's always a supply and demand for the logs that we provide. But in recent times, we've not been able to get a single twig from the forest without being assaulted by this very angry white moose.
Can you tell us more about that? What's besides being white? What's unusual about it?
Is it male or female? Is it guarding its young? Or
It's definitely a stag, but I think, or a bull. I think they actually call male bulls, male moose a bull. They say, well, it's almost as if it knows exactly where we are. We tried to pick off some of the trees on some of the more secluded areas of the woods, but the moose always comes a running in a matter of minutes. It's it's clearly intelligent as well. Somehow it knows if we've set traps. It checks its surroundings and it kind of blends into the snow, and so you don't hear it coming until it's too late. It's already a charging at you. Unfortunately, we've already had a few injuries. The loggers are not best pleased. A couple of broken ribs, and that's put him out of commission. And now
that's
no
actually
one
not
wants to go out
bad.
there.
I mean, moose can kill. So that it's only injuring you is actually a good sign. Maybe we can negotiate with it.
Hmm. Well, negotiate?
Well, there's been no
Talk to it, you
death,
mean?
or figure
Right,
out what it's protecting.
right, exactly. I mean, it's attacking to injure and not attacking to kill. And it takes more skill to pull back enough just to injure something rather than
Hmm.
just to swing and hit and, deal a deadly blow.
Right. Yes, it does seem to like stand its ground. Once the loggers retreat, it doesn't chase us. It just wards us away.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
it must be protecting something out there. Maybe we can talk to it or reason with it.
it might be a little bit aggressive still. I will warn you, we've already sent out hunters to try and, well, deal with the problem, but so far the hunters have, they've not been able to find it. It's eluded them so far. Obviously, it's smarter than an average moose, but its white hide makes it hard to spot in the snow. But it's like as if the tracks go cold. Forgive the pun.
Hmm. Well,
So
you know where you saw it last? Or is there a particular place where it likes to be at? I know you said you went to some more secluded spots, but is there anywhere that y'all have seen it more often than not?
as soon as the sound of chopping wood echoes into the woods, it comes a charging. So
Okay.
we don't know where it comes from. Like I say, the hunters have been unable to find its lair.
Okay. Stupid question. Is do y'all use those big two-man saws? I know they use them down in Cormier, because I've seen
Hmm.
them using them, but you said you're chopping. Uh, could it possibly be the sound that's bothering it?
Well, possibly. But we've had mooses in the area before, and none of them have been terrorizing us like this one.
Is this the only white one that you've had?
So far, this is, yes, the only albino one.
So
I don't know
it's a
what the
it's a
significance of that is, but it's unusual.
it's a true albino? It's got the red
Hmm.
eyes? Interesting.
Um, as you guys are like huddled around, You see there are 4 halfling children who are looking down from above. They've sort of crept closer to spot you guys, and they seem to be up in the loft. And there's a little ladder that leads up to it. And they're all kind of peeking over the top of the ladder, looking down at you guys. Some of them have little wooden swords. Others, they're holding a halfling-sized cookie in their mouth.
Okay, that I will definitely. That reminds me of ALA and I playing as a kid. I will definitely look up and do the fierce orc since they're holding swords.
They let
All
out a
of them,
little,
and then turn and
a little,
smile at everybody else.
So,
they let out a little yelp, and then you hear them scampering from room to room upstairs.
so do we just like start chopping then, and it should come along,
That's
Sounds like
one
it.
way to do it.
or are we
Um,
just gonna try and like? I mean, that might straight away antagonize it, and or are we trying to do this peacefully?
We
Well,
might need to
I
just
had-
show up, and they'll, it'll
Yeah.
hear us.
I mean, hopefully, but yeah, maybe if we start chopping, we've got more of a chance of it appearing. But then it might just be angry from the get-go. I mean, I could try calm emotions on it. I don't know if it works on anything but people, though.
Well, it sounds like it might be people.
What, you think that the moose is 2 people in a moose costume?
I think the moose may be smarter than normal, and so maybe it's a
But-
person trapped in a moose body, or it's just been blessed with intelligence. I don't know.
Oh, so do you have to be smart to be a person? Is that how? I don't know how.
I think you have to be at least aware, really
mean-
truly aware of yourself, of your surroundings, of time, place.
Okay.
I mean, if
Well-
we can find it, even if it can't speak, you can speak to it, right? With that stone you found.
I'm wondering
Oh,
if
yeah.
I might be able to. I don't know. I've never tried it on an animal before, but
I
I
mean,
can talk
if
to
it,
people. Why not?
yeah, I mean, if it's intelligent enough that it's aware of traps and things, then you'd think it'd be intelligent enough to at least do some basic communication, even if it can't speak. Perhaps it can think. But our best bet is probably see if we can track it without antagonizing it, and then if we can't find it, then we'll have to go with the chopping method to see if to at least get it to come out.
What time of day is it?
I cannot recall what time you left from.
I'm pretty sure we
Senrith.
left fairly early because we had like a long rest and then we headed out pretty much first
Okay,
thing.
then. So it's still probably it's probably early afternoon, maybe. It's only an hour or so to get to Lonelywood.
Yeah. Yeah, it's. I mean, I wouldn't be
So-
surprised if it's not even past noon yet.
So, lady speaker, I mean, how deep in the woods do you think we need to go in order to attract its attention? I mean, will going to the outskirts of the town do it, or do we need to hike in several miles?
I would probably try to keep it away from the town, just in case it is enraged and smashes down a barn or something. But
Fair enough.
I'd say, yeah, go at least a couple of miles into the wood.
Okay. Is there a campsite that the loggers use as a staging
no.
area?
Not really, no. The woods are plentiful enough that we sort of just. Hello, welcome. You want a cookie? So,
Sure.
they hand you a halfling-shaped cookie. Um, this
Halfling
is
shaped or halfling sized?
it's shaped like a halfling, but it's the size of a cookie. So, um, he says, "Yeah, you know, need only go a couple of miles in. The loggers don't have any particular area that they,
Okay.
farm from, but this
How do y'all
thing will
get
come and
the
run in. I can assure you that, though.
how do y'all get the logs down to the other 10 towns?
Dog
Are
sleds,
you
most often.
okay?
We load up a big sled and it goes from town to town. There's we normally hire galley, galley riggers. She's a strong-willed, muscular woman. She's often traveling from town to town, doing that kind of thing.
Has she?
Have any of her caravans taken the logs out been attacked, or is it just the loggers themselves?
Just the loggers.
Okay.
But we haven't had many logs to transport since
Okay.
since the moose attacks.
Okay. All right. Well, can anybody else think of any questions to ask this good speaker?
Actually, it's about. Have you heard about this elven shrine? But an elven temple near the Lonely Wood somewhere? We're looking for it. Apparently it disappears once you found it. And no one's been able to find it a second time, but surely as speaker you'll have heard of it.
Oh. I've heard a couple of the fishers and loggers talking about these rumors in the Trip and Shuffle, I think. Oh wait, no, the Lucky Liar, sorry. Yeah, the Lucky Liar, a lot of rumors get shared in there. I've not paid much attention to it, I'll be honest, but if you want to ask about them in there, I'm sure they will be willing to spin you a tale or two.
What have you heard? What do you believe?
Um, well, according to the rumors, people have found it, returned to town, said to gather up some supplies, and an expedition was launched, but they could never find it a second time. And so people started to disbelieve it. They didn't think it was real. Someone was maybe hallucinating or making up stories. But a couple years later, the same kind of story winds up happening again. A different person says they found some sort of elven tomb. But once again, the search comes up short when no one finds its true location. So it could be just people trying to keep the legend alive, but it's happened a few times. Some people swear by it. Some people say that they didn't make it up, but others, they're not so sure.
But you don't believe it.
I'm in the not so sure camp. It's hard to believe something you haven't seen with your own eyes. And I tell you, these fishermen love a good tale. They got, long, lonely days huddled inside these cabins. Their imagination tends to go a little wild.
And these people who say they've seen it. Where is it in relation to the town? Is it on the way to Lonelywood? Is it south?
It's
I mean, to the woods themselves?
deep, northeast, deep into the
Northeast.
woods.
Okay, that's good to know. I suppose all we can do is keep our minds open and try.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I offered the hunters 100 gold to bring back the moose's head, but if you sound like you want to be negotiating with it, I guess the only terms I ask is that this problem is dealt with. We want to get back to logging. So if you can provide that outcome, then I offer you the same amount, but it doesn't have to result in the moose's death, but that is certainly one outcome.
As long as the
Madam
problem's dealt
Speaker?
with.
Fair enough. May I borrow your wooden spoon, Madam Speaker?
Please, just call me Nimsy, and of course you can.
All right, thank you, Nimsy. And then I'm gonna turn and look up, and I'm gonna roar, "All right, you pollywogs, come out and fight like the halflings you are! Don't be a coward. If you're gonna hide in the shadows, come play in the light."
They begin climbing down the ladder, and they charge. They let out their own little battle cry, and they're like, ah! They've got little pots and pans on their heads, and yeah, they start dueling with your wooden spoon with their own little wooden swords, and yeah, the halfling children are always up for a laugh and a play, and Nimsy Huddle's just like, what's going on? There's chaos in my kitchen, uh, but she's got a warm smile on her face nonetheless.
Fitz would start barking because she would want to play as well. She'd be woof woof with her tail wagging and charging in to 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 lick the children. So
Yeah,
yes,
these children are
I'm sorry.
small enough that they could probably ride on bits, but they probably ask for permission first. Oh, beautiful. All right. Well, she says, well, you can stay here as long as you like. There is a there isn't many places to stay in Lonely Wood, and as you can see, I've got my hands full here with the kids, but um, there is the old abandoned ramshackle inn, though. Again, stories keep getting told, and many people avoid the thing. They say the place is haunted. But
S-
if you're not superstitious like them, then you're feel free to make your own room and board there. I'll give you the key if you want. And she
Sounds
reaches
like a
up onto
plan.
a shelf and says,
Arr, you got me! I'm dying horribly. Oh, the pollywogs have killed the rider of the white dragon, the famed Ashanti.
"You really killed a dragon? What?
I rode a dragon. I didn't kill
Oh,
it. I rode it.
wow."
Well, I stood on it. It didn't fly, but I stood on it for just a moment.
They are super eager to hear the story.
You know what? If your mother says it's okay, I will come back later on and tell you the story. Right now, we've got to go stable our axe beaks if we're going to, and figure out our next steps and set up camp in this haunted inn. But I'll come back tonight and tell y'all as many stories as I can remember. Have you heard of the Stormhorn Mountains? There are some stories to tell you. And
Yay! They will
my
cheer.
friend Hulla is a real pirate. She's actually cut somebody's liver out and she's scary.
I think at that point they're like a little bit concerned and shocked. They go from like cheering to being like, like giving you a wide berth. But
All right.
no.
Have you ever met children? Are you kidding?
Who?
They're bloodthirsty little things.
Sure.
I'm sorry. All the children I know would have gone, did they cut the heart out too?
These are halfling children. They're used to like cozy stories and such. But I mean, maybe. All right. Well, you're free to stable up your axe beaks, say, around outside the inn.
Well-
Actually, I think these look like stables here. Yeah. There's a dog sled and a few like big open spaces for the dogs to kind of roam around. And yeah, there's a big enough barn that you can stable up your axe beaks, no problem.
But do we want to stable them, or do we want to take them with us?
Up to you.
I was thinking that
So-
if we're going for the negotiating sort of approach, then going on foot seems fine. But if we're going to have to potentially chase this thing down, the axe beaks would give us an edge, or at least may allow us to match its movement, perhaps.
Isn't one of the things that you can pull out of the bag a moose?
I can pull a reindeer.
Hmm.
Similar.
That'd be a good way of distracting it.
It could be if I can get lucky.
Like if we pull the reindeer, can you like make it do? How do they get along? Can you make reindeer seduction noises?
Well, potentially, but I mean, I don't know if a reindeer would be capable of seducing a moose, even if I got one.
Yeah, like reindeer's like half the size of a moose.
Yeah.
Would it be close enough?
No.
I mean, to be honest, if we pull out a reindeer with antlers, I wouldn't be surprised if that caused some sort of fight. They can be quite territorial in the right season.
It'll be a good
I'm
distraction.
sorry. What are you moose mating sounds sound like? And how do you know this?
Geist just sort of goes, my tribe tracked the caribou and moose across the dales, so I've heard the sounds before. I don't know about Barry. I mean, I'm not going to judge.
No. Oh,
Maybe
no,
he's
I'm
been
just
to a
totally
zoo.
guessing here. I am just totally guessing here.
But shall we go check out this haunted inn before we go, or do we want to do that once we get back? Because conscious time is always against
I think
us.
checking out the haunted inn during daylight might not be a bad idea.
Yep. Okay, let's go check out the ramshackle inn then.
Okay.
If this is going to be haunted, you're not going to absorb another ghost, are you?
I have no idea how this stuff works. Maybe, I mean, the last ghost that I got on with, it gives me, like, skills that are useful, so who knows, maybe I'll get something useful out of this one.
Well,
Okay.
I think Andy's hoping that there's going to be mice in the haunted inn.
There probably will be.
Haunted mice.
No, I think she's hoping for food mice.
Oh.
Okie dokie. In that case, then you'll head over to Ramshackle Inn. This drafty building shows signs of kind of hastier construction. It has gaps. There we go. It has gaps showing between misaligned planks. And they seem to be sealed roughly with resin. Several parts of the roof look like as if they were rebuilt and then previously collapsed under heavy snow loads. And I'm just going to drag your tokens probably over.
Oh, great. So it's going
Yeah.
to be warm and free from snow and wind and
Well-
cold.
The sound of the wind going through those open boards is probably what makes it seem haunted.
Mm.
Need to update 37's token.
God, so dark once we got here.
You could
Yeah,
try
we
out the new
did.
drift globe if you like.
I don't think it is it still daytime?
Here you go. Here's your new drift globe.
Ooh, okay.
And it will always follow 5 feet behind you. It's always 5 feet in the air, but it always follows behind 607 if you want to have it out.
Click, click.
Yeah, you head up to the front doors. You have a key that Nimsy gave you, and so
Yeah.
you can simply unlock that.
Nope, it's not letting us.
There you go. The door scrapes across the floor due to uneven hinges. And inside the building, you see a 10-foot wide corridor opens onto a 30 by 20-foot room on each side of the hordes. It's pretty big. There were doors as well here, but they seem to have been removed and are now leaning against the nearby wall. The rooms on the left are some sort of kitchen area, and on the right you can see there's a staircase leading up to perhaps other rooms. There's a fire pit in the center of the room, and a fireplace also at the far right. It is pitch black and just as cold in here as it is on the outside.
On the inside here, is it like a layer insulated from the outside, so that there's not direct exposure to
Yeah,
the wind?
yeah, that's the idea behind it. There are loads of old crates and barrels. It looks as though the ramshackle inn is being used as a supply, like storage hold now.
Okay,
At the back of the kitchen, Barry, you can see all the tables and chairs have been stacked up. No one's used these in a long time, it seems.
Interesting.
Well, should we break up some of these empty crates and start a fire? Or do we just want to dump our stuff and head off? No point in wasting good wood, I suppose.
Hmm.
Yeah, I agree. There's no point in wasting good wood. I mean,
We can also set up the tent in here so that it's a little bit more sheltered and just treat it like a camping spot, and a slightly more sheltered camping spot.
I guess it's not a bad idea. I mean, but if we get caught in a blizzard out in the woods, that might not be. I mean, if we set up the tent here, there'll be a blizzard out there.
That's true enough.
Not to sound pessimistic, but
That's been our luck recently. Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, we do have
As,
two of them.
Geist and Barry go upstairs. You see there are multiple different rooms. Some of them are... some of the windows are letting in a draft. They are kind of rattling against the frames. The rooms are threadbare mattresses and old mottled carpets. Some of the wood's a bit rotted as well. You see all of them just as empty as the next.
Senrith, can you help Andy through the door?
Sure. Where's Andy?
She's in the door. There we go.
Okay.
Thank you. I'll say Andy hunt and see if she finds any mice.
Or is this like
okay.
they only appear at night sort of thing?
Or it could just be, as Hulla said, the sound of the wind. So if this is...
I'd be surprised if there's ghosts in here, to be honest.
Well, it wouldn't be the first time we ran into ghosts.
I suppose not, but...
Wouldn't be the last either, probably.
I think it's just abandoned and creepy.
Only other thing that there could be, I guess, does it look like there's any sign of like a basement or anything anywhere? Because sometimes you get that for like a storage area.
Give me a perception check, guys, and Barry, because you're both back here in the kitchen area.
Perception.
The only thing you hear is this slight creaking sound. There's no basement. You can't see a basement. But as you're looking around for one, near the back of the pantry and such, there's a beam that you see something moving, a shadow, something dangling from it, and you can hear the creaking of rope coming from it. And obviously, there's a draft that you guys have definitely let in, and so the rope is kind of going back and forth, back and forth.
I
It's
will
just
look.
dangling from a beam.
I will look up at the rope.
It is tied into a noose and just dangles from a very sturdy beam.
Well,
And you
that's
see there is a chair knocked over beneath it.
Right. Okay. Not sure if this is something you can do, ghost in my head, but can you sense the presence of other ghosts nearby? Spirits, vengeance, depression, anything like that?
How to describe? I don't think they have a ghost sense necessarily.
No. I just thought maybe being a ghost, they might be seeing things that I can't see because I'm not a ghost. Maybe, because they're partially in the ethereal or whatever.
There is some ominous energies here, especially with that rope. But I suppose, if we wish to learn more, the Lucky Liar has those fishermen and loggers. They may have the full story.
Yeah. Okay, well, thanks for... Yep, just thanks, I guess. Right, yeah. Looking around, there doesn't appear to be, well, anything of note other than it looks like maybe someone got very, very depressed here at some point, or someone set up something to make it look like that. But the old ghost in the head seems to think that there's at least some ominous energy here. So it's possible something's here, and maybe like Barry said, if there is a spirit, maybe it only turns up at certain times. But
as Andy looks around, he doesn't find any rats or mice. The only thing they keep stored here is lumber, and so the mice don't seem to be attracted to just wood. If there was food stored here, then yeah, but...
How is Bits acting? Is Bits acting calm and normal, or is Bits acting kind of, rumbly and a little bit on guard, like she's upset about something?
Her mood has definitely changed since the cozy little interior of Nimsy Huddle's house, where they were having fun with the kids, and now this room, she's been keeping quiet. Her tail's kind of down between her legs. Her ears aren't perked up or anything, but they do seem to be almost waiting for you to get out of here quickly.
So guys, there's something here, so Bits agrees with the voices in your head.
Yeah, problem is there doesn't seem to be any obvious sign of it, so I think we might be able to get some more information at the Lucky Liar, or, to be honest, if we're going to potentially set up tents anyway, we might as well just set up tents when we get back and just head on this hunt.
One last thing, Andy, as they've flown around a little bit and not found any mice, they'd usually come to rest on a beam up into the rafters of an area like this, but they seem to refuse to go anywhere higher and end up landing on your shoulder, Ashanti.
Interesting. The animals are really unhappy here. Maybe we should head on out, see if we can find a better place to spend the night if we need to spend the night somewhere.
No.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't love this place. If there's an abandoned house, maybe we can try and stay there instead. But the noose is not good. The animals are not behaving well. Plus, there's not really a whole lot of shelter.
No.
I agree.
Well, there's separate rooms. You could once you light the fires, you imagine this place would heat up. And there are serviceable rooms, but they're just a bit threadbare and mottled. But yeah, unfortunately, there isn't any other inns in Lonelywood because it's not a town which people come to visit.
Well, we don't need a lot of space.
No,
We're just sheltering for the night.
I think our best bet is probably just to go get this moose hunt done sooner rather than later before the weather turns. Assuming the weather's not turning already.
Completely agree with that. I really do, and I think we need to bring a tent with us just in case.
Yeah, I mean, if we're going on foot, we only one of us will need to carry the shelter. They're not the lightest of things. But if we're
No,
if we're taking the axe beaks, then we've got both of the shelters that we've got. So
I thought we decided we were going to take the axe beaks just in case we had to chase the moose.
Well, I said that as more of a, we've got like two options, you know. Depending on how we want to approach this, but I think taking the axe beaks probably would give us the bigger edge. I swear we have.
Well, let's take them with us. What's the harm?
I agree.
We bought a second shelter, didn't we?
I think we did, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
so we'd have one for us and one for the axe beaks, or half and half.
Oh, no. I can see an insulated shelter on Labras's sheet and an insulated two-person tent, but I swear we had. I thought we had it on one of the sheets. It's not on mine. I don't know if someone's got it on theirs. If not, I'll just update it to 2 on Labras's sheet because I definitely remember us getting the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. There's insulated shelter and insulated two-person tent now.
Yeah, we definitely had a second insulated shelter because I thought I had it on
I'm
my.
not even sure we bought one.
Yeah, I'm gonna update that for now and just pull it as 2. Unless, did I accidentally put on like a different sheet? Didn't put on that sheet. Did I put on Lily's sheet? No. Yep. I'm sure we had a second one, so I'm just gonna put it on there. So. Right. Right. Let's get on our axe beaks and go hunting.
Okay.
Hunting we will go. Hunting we will go.
Yeah.
I will say, as you were looking through the bedrooms as well, 607, you can also roll an investigation check. I think Barry and Geist went up there too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can also roll.
Okay. Investigation. Not great at this, but yeah, not bad.
Okay. 607 with a 16. You find the what looks like it would have been the innkeeper's room. It's slightly bigger, and you can see some furnishings that look more homely rather than just a guest room, for example. And it'd probably been this one right here. Though, as you're looking around, it seems as though the bed frame it's a little bit odd on one side, where the blankets have been kind of like basically returned to threadbare. You can see some sort of extra wooden slats on one side of the bed frame as you go from one side to the other. And investigating that further, you actually find that there is a hidden compartment. And as you kind of have to kind of like really get it loose because the wood's kind of like stuck in place, but Once you do dislodge it, you find there is a leather pouch inside. It's holding some silver. Hold on. Excuse me. All right.
Sure.
There is 3d10 worth of silver. There's 18 silver. There is 10 gold. And there appears to be 4 tourmalines. And these are precious gems. And yeah, they look like they would be worth quite a lot. But
I praise
you
them.
can head... yeah, and Barry, as you look over them, with your ability to appraise things, you can give me an intelligence check using your jeweler's tools.
Okay.
Normally, you don't have to do this. You don't have to roll, but there's a reason for this time.
Where is it? Jewelers. Mm-hmm. Intelligence.
Yep.
Definitely.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Okay. They look like they're about 50 gold each.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
50 gold
50 gold each.
thermalines.
Tourmalines.
Not a bad find.
Yep.
Nothing special about them, but it's all good. Are you keeping that as your find, or are we adding that to the amount of gems we have?
Yeah. Keep those separate, though.
Sounds good.
Okay. Haunted gems, yes, perhaps. For now, it does seem odd that an abandoned building would have the belongings here. You're not sure what happened to the proprietor, but if they were still alive, it's unlikely that they would just leave behind their stash of gems and gold. Nonetheless, you guys are gonna head on, or are you? I don't see why we can't stay. Yeah, looks perfectly comfortable. So, where are you guys going first? It is only afternoon, so you got a whole day worth first. Did you want to talk to anyone in the Lucky Liar about rumors or stories, or are you going to head out to the Forest of Lonelywood?
I mean, if we're wanting more information on the temple, which might be out in the woods, it might be worth going to speak to people at the Lucky Liar, but considering the name and considering what the speaker said, I say we take it with a pinch of salt, whatever we find out.
I agree. I also think that, we should make use of the last of the daylight and the decent weather in order to go out and at least scout the area for the moose.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I think whatever we find out at the inn isn't likely to be helpful besides the general direction, which we already know. But we already know that you can't just make a map and find the place. You've got to sort of stumble upon it, right?
Yeah. I mean, if that relic we got from the dragon is somehow connected to the temple, then maybe it'll point the way or something.
All right then. We'll take you to the Lucky Liar. Which I don't actually have a map for, but it's fine. Just go back to Lonelywood. So.
Sure.
Oh, hello.
Oh,
Hello.
You're
Hello.
back.
There you go.
I did disconnect. I did disconnect my other mic, and this is the basic one.
Okay.
well,
Well,
he's
good to go. We can
Voice
hear you now, at
modulator
least.
seems to be working.
Yeah. All right, you head over to the Lucky Liar. Now, you can see the Lucky Liar is there are people there. There's a couple of fishers coming back from like their morning haul. But it seems a lot busier for what you'd expect. The normal kind of like day in Icewindale. But anyway, the tavern's bar is erected in the center of this common room, with stools and tables surrounding it. The counter allows the barkeep to see and hear customers at every table, and you can see the tavern's sturdy beams are engraved with dragons and lions, as is common in Lonelywood as well. You've seen that when you first arrived. However, it looks like they've commissioned an artist to include like bare-chested warriors fighting them as well, giving the art kind of gladiatorial-looking touch. And yeah, you see there's a Thayan human who approaches you, and she says, "Welcome to the Lucky Liar. I'm Danae. We're a little bit busy at the moment, but I'll see if I can find you a table."
That'd be great, thank you.
All right. Yeah, welcome. Come sit down. And she welcomes you in. And yeah, you do realize there's a lot of like, it looks like loggers here, and they're all just milling around. Looks like no one's got anything better to do when the moose is attacking. It seems they just all bundle up in here and drink ale all day. Several of them you can actually see are like nursing wounds as well. One of them's got like a bandage wrapped around her head. One of them's got like a leg in a splint. You're seated at a table and you brought over some ales. There's like a silver peach for a gallon or 2 copper for a mug. Which is actually quite cheap, you notice, compared to some other prices.
I want to
Oh
go
yeah,
to.
drunken. Oh, go
Yeah.
on.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to mention that drunken patrons are talking loudly, allowing you to overhear rumors without actually directly speaking to them. But if you want to engage in them, you can do.
Oh, okay. If they're talking, I want to hear what they're saying first before I
Yeah.
interrupt.
Yep.
Yeah, Geist was going to do his usual, I'm going to sit here and listen for anything interesting before going to speak to someone. Sort of thing.
Absolutely. Okay. So they say, "Damn blasted moose. Ugh. I swear, it somehow knew how to pull its own leg out of a hunting trap. Like, I've never even seen that before. And then, the damn thing must have set it up somewhere else. Because I ended up stumbling into one. Ugh." And he's like gesturing towards his leg. "I don't know what that thing is. It seems to possess otherworldly intelligence. I'm not stepping another foot into there until that thing's dealt with." And another patron says, "That'd be pretty difficult with your leg in a splint anyway, so." He's like, yeah, funny. "I'd like to see you try and trap that thing, though." And he says, no. "I saw its horn smash straight through an entire trunk. It's no good trying to find cover if it just smashes through the woods." And another person says, "What happened to the hunters anyway? I suppose that when they supposed to deal with it?" And they go on to explain what Nimsy said. "They haven't found it. The tracks go cold. It's almost as if it just disappears in the woods. They lead the tracks one way and then they seem to disappear and reappear elsewhere." It's like the woods themselves are trying to trick us. And another person says, "Oh, I bet it's those Chewingas. Those tricksy little bastards. The nature spirits of the forest. I bet they're covering up its tracks for them."
Why would they
Another
do
one
that?
says, "Uh,
Oh,
yeah,
well,
that's a
I
good
guess I say
question.
that too.
They're not quite sure. They don't really have an answer for that. They say, well, they're nature spirits, right? So maybe they're trying to protect nature's own animals, beasts, that kind of thing."
Not all animals work together. They hunt each other and kill each other. The nature of nature.
Hmm.
So aside from the moose being intelligent and Chewingas being intelligent, why would they do that?
Hmm. Another older gentleman speaks up and he says, "I'm telling you, the white moose is possessed by the banshee of Lonely Wood."
And who or what is the Banshee of Lonelywood?
Ah, hundreds of years ago, there was a beautiful elven lass who lived among our people. Some say that every man in town vied for her. Didn't hurt that she was blessed with a skill as a bower. Bower. Needless to say, the towns loved her and always treated her well. Gifts of food, uncut gems, and scrimshaw ornaments littered her home. Unfortunately, the orcs of the Many Arrows tribe, they swarmed the land at the time. Many folks lost their lives. It took decades before anyone recovered. But the gods didn't forget her inaction that day. As the elven lass chose to run from the carnage and hide herself in the lonely wood. You see, some of the orcs found her hiding. Well, her life was over then. So many thought as such when they found her body. But I bet you the gods cursed her soul forever for the selfishness that she had shown towards those that had shown her nothing but love. Now her soul is twisted and trapped in those woods. If you hear a wailing shriek, you best run and hide. As some say she still carries that bow she's so talented with. Some foolish young men, thinking they can earn the affections of a lost soul, have been found husks of their former selves. Corpses almost unrecognizable as people. And someone else pipes up, "There hasn't been any corpses found. What do you mean?" And he says, "I'm telling you, this was all a long time ago." And
So there
yeah,
haven't been
says
any
you.
corpses recently that anyone else can verify, is what you mean.
All right, that must mean it's possessed the moose instead. That's my running theory.
Well, I guess we will think about that, take that into consideration. Say, you don't know anything about the elf shrine, do you? Is she connected to this elf maiden? Is she connected to the elf shrine that's hidden out there in the forest somewhere?
Ugh, here we go with the elven shrine. This is a story as repetitive as the moose itself, but yes, there's an elven shrine somewhere in the woods, they say.
When
Probably
was the
built
last
long
time
before anyone was here.
when was the last time
Hmm.
anyone found it? Or said they found it?
They can't rightly remember exactly, but they'll estimate it was probably about 1, 2, 3, 4. like over a year ago, perhaps. Yeah, it was during the cold winter. It never ended. People got desperate, tried to seek out this elven tomb as if it could hold answers to the ending of this rhyme, but it came back um shouting and spouting about the find, and everyone got worked up, their spirits raised, and 3 days later, tracking through the woods, we found nothing. After that, people stopped believing in stupid tales like this,
But you
but
were
others,
after
they
it to
got more
try and
desperate.
loot it?
So
Like you were trying to
others,
steal from it?
another person speaks up and says, "Oh yes, originally people wanted to steal from the tomb, treasures and the like, but no, the last excursion was some sort of desperate plea, as if some elven god or goddess could save us from the winter." Um, yeah.
Oh, well, that's disappointing. I thought maybe if you went with it towards with good intentions, that would help you out a little bit, but that doesn't seem to matter, does it?
Mm,
All right.
no, doesn't seem intentions have a bearing on whether you find it or not.
Does everyone agree on where it is? That it's to the northeast?
Mm,
Like everyone
somewhere
who's
deep in
come.
the somewhere deep
Like,
northeast into the woods.
okay, but people don't. It doesn't move around, is what I'm checking.
They found out and apparently really searched thoroughly in the woods in that area, but they can't find it a second time.
Too bad. I wonder if it's one of those things where you have to not be looking for it to find it. In which case, I will never find it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I guess, Hulla, you could do maybe a religion check.
Sure, I'll do a religion check. Let's see.
Okay, 15. So, if it's an elven tomb and it has nothing to do with intent of finding it, it could be tied to something else, right? And you're trying to
Hmm.
figure that out. And you're thinking
Yeah.
perhaps what are elves like known for? They often have kind of like fae like heritage, and you've heard of like fae openings and portals or the like coming and going with the season. Um, However, you kind of rule that out because if it's in endless winter, well, it'd be trapped in that particular season, and so it wouldn't make sense if it's appearing and disappearing.
Hmm.
So then you think you might branch out into even more like ideas of elven gods. I mean, if it's a tomb or shrine, it might be dedicated to one, and elven deities often encompass nature and uh, well, I'll tell you. There's ones gods of hunting, there's gods of song, and there's also gods of moons as well, and other kind of like deities that match celestial bodies. Um, Elven goddess of air, weather. It might be tied to some sort of cycle, including like including the moon, but it's a theory. It's not like a definite with a 15. You kind of get ideas what it might be tied to, but
Nothing concrete enough to wrap a theory around.
yeah,
Yeah.
right.
That's
But you
that's
know,
about.
at the very
That,
least, you know it probably is tied to something. There is probably a more sure way to find it. Like elves themselves, they would probably know the secrets of how to find them, but doesn't seem to be many elves around in this tavern. Um, but
Well,
it
I
might be
think
tied
that we need
to a deity. Sorry.
to scout the area at least.
Yeah.
I think that we need to get a feel for the woods, and if we can negotiate with this moose, and if we can negotiate with the moose, and it is sentient, maybe it can tell us where the shrine is.
That's true. Maybe it's a nature god, a nature elemental of some kind.
I mean, that's its home.
Hmm.
We may not get further than wait, damn, thwack with it,
I
but
mean,
at least let's go get a feel for the woods. I mean, we have so little daylight left.
is it possible it's not even a moose? I know that's a weird thing to say, but there's meant to be like magic users who can turn into animals, right? And if it's smart enough to be able to get out of a trap, maybe it's someone disguised as a moose in some way, like magically.
Just another ghost. Maybe it's a moose ghost, moose spirit or something.
It's
Yeah.
Possessed by
possible.
something other than a banshee, yeah.
Well,
The one with the leg. It's like, I can tell you very much that it's a physical thing, not a ghost.
Well,
though
it could be an undead moose or something, right?
I
We
find
went to
it.
that ramshackle place that people said was haunted. So maybe there's a dead moose or undead moose somewhere.
Yeah.
An
Well,
elven druid might not be out of the question, though. I heard druids can turn and shapeshift.
Hmm. And that would explain why it seems to be doing things of, well, like, for example, you got your leg injured after it got its leg out of a trap. That's a bit odd.
It certainly has intentions, yes. But, the elves, they used to live in this land centuries and centuries ago. I believe they're one of the oldest, most ancient races. I don't know what this elven tomb was built for, but I think it was here long before the settlers of Icewindale.
Well, I think sitting in a tavern drinking ale is not going to get us any closer.
You're free to try and fail yourselves.
We don't try, and we seldom fail.
I was gonna say we just fail.
To be
We
honest,
don't try to fail, we just do.
a white moose sounds honestly like a refreshing change of pace after that dragon. So
Or the
Yeah,
tentacled monstrosity.
yeah. Well, that giant
Another one.
crab.
Oh, you've heard of the tale of the great white reaper, the clawed reaper?
Yeah,
They start going off on a massive tangent about other stories.
yeah. Let's head out before we can come back and listen to the tales after we've dealt with this moose one way or the other.
I bet it was that wizard in the cabin. I bet he summoned this creature. Yes.
Oh, right, there's a
Magical.
wizard out in the woods, too.
There is the cabin, and someone there disappeared or stopped talking, and that's
flashing lights coming from it. Maybe he opened up a portal, and that thing came spewing out.
I mean, if we can't find any obvious clues in the woods, that might not be a bad place to go. We've got to go there anyway, so. But for now, let's head out into the woods and see what we can find.
Okay. On your axe
Agreed.
speaks, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And taking our
perfect.
equipment with us, so if we're caught in a blizzard, we can set up camp out there.
Yeah.
All right. Off you go then.
Actually,
Deep into the woods.
whilst we're heading out into the woods, can Geist try to look up to see if he can predict when the weather's likely to turn again? And what potential it might be.
Yeah, you roll a survival check.
Yeah.
That's a success. Oof, it's pretty much heavy snow for a long, long time. You can tell it's going to be heavy snow for the next 8 hours. It was heavy snow
Yeah.
before as well, by the way. So
Yeah,
you
it's
don't see much change in the weather for the next foreseeable future.
yeah. Well, it's not going to be easy to track things in this, but it should stay this way for a while, and at least it's better than a blizzard or that sleet storm.
Maybe the moose will just appear because we're invading its territory. They wanna
Possibly.
shoo us off.
And we can also try knocking on the trees if we don't want to use an axe. So seeing if just making the sound of
Yeah.
hitting a tree will attract it. That way
Yeah.
we
I mean,
have a dead tree.
if we try setting some of the trees on fire, that'll probably attract it too.
Yeah, but that is a really extreme way of handling the issue, 607. And I love how you think, you know, way outside the parameters of the problem. But yeah, no, I think we should stick with the least damaging options first.
And considering we're in like winter area, I'd imagine these are like evergreen trees, like pines and stuff, so they're probably fairly flammable, and we don't want to start a forest fire.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a reason that they use this wood for what they do. What a waste of that 20!
Game.
Oh my
I'm
god.
asking the Canadians, do y'all get forest fires in the middle of winter?
Not often.
Not
Because
in the
of
middle of
the
winter.
because
Not
of
in the
the
middle of
snow.
winter.
With all
Yeah,
the snow
it's
around,
too. It's hard for forest fires to happen in winter, so they happen in the summer when it's dry.
okay,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. Of thinking all the snow around would at least inhibit it spreading.
Yeah, it makes it very, very difficult. It's cold and it's wet. Very, very difficult for
Sorry,
forest fires.
sorry. We'll go back to the game now. I apologize.
No, it's a
I
fair
did
point.
get 15 points of fire damage on a tree.
Oh, yeah, that tree is up in smoke. Yeah, it's a burning quick. It's pine. Yeah, like you said, it makes for quick kindle.
Yeah. I mean, if 607 goes to attack a tree, Geist is immediately going to try to hide in case, like, the moose does turn up, so he can get some sort of surprise on it. So,
All right, anyone who wants to hide, give me a stealth check.
Geist is literally using his, like, white winter wolf pelt in order to blend in with the ground a little.
How do you have advantage, Barry? Are you invisible?
No, that was my bad. I meant to roll at disadvantage.
Oh, okay. Sorry. All right. So
It's a 12.
a 12 it is then. All right. Yeah, this smoke trail is a little bit obscured by the heavy snow, but the roaring pine at least lets off a great deal of light, and the smoke will travel many miles across the woods and you could probably smell the burning. But you wait tentatively for a few minutes, and guys, are you up in a tree? Are you underneath the snow? How are you hiding?
So
Same for you, Barry, how are you hiding?
So, I mean, Geist literally wears a white winter wolf pelt at the moment, so he's literally laying down, blending into the snow, like, as best he
Okay.
can, like if he was actually hunting, because that's what you'd do.
Gotcha.
With my
definitely.
stealth check, I find the biggest tree and I try and hide behind it.
Mm-hmm.
But my shoulders are
Alright.
probably poking out on either side.
Ashanti's just gonna get down off her axe beak and loosen her weapons in their sheaths and make sure she can reach everything. I'm gonna pull Andy out of her cage and say, "Sorry, baby, you gotta wake up now," and tell Bits to guard the axe beaks.
Okay. Here's you guys. Here's your mounts. uh, feel free to position yourself however you like, and the burning tree is somewhere in the middle
It's
here.
burning. There should be some light from it.
Yeah, there will be in a minute.
Bits. Oh, there's
I'll pop the
bits.
drift globe. I would have popped the drift globe as well because I need to see.
Okay, you can drag that out from. I think it's in other. So you go to Icewind Trekkers in Actors tab, and then other, and you should
Oh,
find
okay.
it in there.
Oh, there. Oh,
Mhm.
thank you.
It may be my eyes. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Bits is gonna guard.
How do I make the drift globe follow me? It stopped following me at one
So
point.
yeah, just click the drift globe, and then hover your mouse over 607, and then press F. So don't drag it, but just click the drift globe, and then as long as you have it selected, just hover your mouse over 607 and press F. Oh yeah, you got it. Sweet. All right.
Really?
It won't follow you unless you go out of range of it.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Okay.
It's probably like here or
What was
something.
I doing? Smoke. That's right. Okay. So we'll say it's this tree that's on fire. Just this one right here. It's a blaze. All right. Everyone else, you can see the axe beaks are kind of milling around near the fire, keeping warm. And you wait for a long moment. And I guess at this point, if you're keeping an eye out for this thing, you can make perception checks. Okay. Ashanti, Barry, you start to hear the snapping of twigs in one direction. It's coming from the southeast. So like neck behind you, basically, Barry. Down here. And Ashanti can hear it as well. There's this crunching of twigs, snow, and you see a few branches in the distance beginning to like shake and get knocked aside. Something is emerging from that tree line.
Get ready.
Behind me.
Sorry, Ashanti?
Barry, get behind me.
Okay.
I'm hiding behind this tree.
Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Big ass tree. I'm hiding.
Yeah.
You just
He's completely like, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm just
Drawing more
standing.
attention.
my
Yeah.
12 is Ashanti mithering me while I'm trying to hide.
That's what it is.
Okay, I'm standing out in the open, trying to attract its attention so it'll focus on me, and then my allies can do whatever they want to do.
All right. So, emerging from the tree line, you just sort of see this silhouette of white, and it gets larger and larger as it approaches. This thing is monstrously big. It is like a walking tree in it itself. The first thing you see is the antlers, and they are completely covered in moss as well, which is also peppered with snow. The ancient, almost wise-looking creature begins to steady itself, almost getting ready for a charge. but then it sees a great number of you. All these axe beaks. It sees Hulla, Faith, 607, and Ashanti. I'm guessing you've got weapons drawn and ready. The white moose sees how many of you there are and sort of stops in its tracks, and its eyes watch you warily.
I'm gonna hold my hands out with no weapons, and I'm gonna say, do you understand us? Can you speak with us? And I'm holding my hands out to the sides, no weapons in either hand, Andy on my shoulder, and looking to see if it will talk to us.
It lets out a low growl. But I guess, Ashanti, you can make an insight check.
Okay.
It doesn't seem to
Not
respond
friends,
in
why
any...
not friendshapes?
Yeah.
I'm gonna go hug it.
It lets out a low growl. For a moment, you think that it's about to charge. But it seems to think twice for a moment, seeing just the sheer number of you. It's actually kind of on the outskirts of this forest, like circling around and looking over your... In fact, it seems almost as if it's looking over to the Axebeaks as well. And then it looks back to you guys. And that's when it'll make another perception check. It catches wind of you, Barry. I think you're 12, yeah. It looks at you and then lets out kind of a huff. You see kind of clouds of steam like exhale from its nostrils. It's almost as if it was counting the axe weeks and counting how many of you there are and realizing there's more of you hiding.
Does anybody know what moose eat? Can we offer it a carrot?
You can try. I don't know. I don't know how safe it is to approach it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes.
Hey, Moose. You gonna leave the place alone so that the people can get back to work, or are you gonna make us do stuff?
You hear again kind of this low growl. It looks back and forth between all of you.
I would like to reach out with this stone of brain talking and see if I can talk to it. And see if I can get it to talk back. So I want to say, in its mind, we don't mean you any harm. We're just here to talk and find out who you are.
Make me a persuasion check, Hulla. And I'm afraid this is with disadvantage purely because of its disposition to you at the moment.
Yeah.
It is actually hostile.
Yep.
Okay. It does not seem to want to talk to you. If anything, it kind of like, you feel it like you're being pushed out of its mind. You can roll an insight check as well.
Yeah, I want to know if it understood me, at least.
13. It looks in your direction as though almost as if it sensed that you were the one communicating with it, because you stepped forward and then suddenly it hears this voice in its mind. And it seems to lower its stance, like almost ready for a charge, and its eyes narrow towards you. And all the while, it's seemingly weighing up whether to charge in or not. But you can tell, Hulla, it knows that it's clearly outmatched here. You just simply have the numbers game. and it knows that if it was to charge, it might well end up dying as a result,
Right.
which is
Okay.
incredibly intelligent for an animal. Normally, they are just either fight or flight, and right now it's hesitating as if it's weighing up its opponent, like it's literally reading you guys, trying to, size you up.
Well, I'll say to the others, I don't think it bought my overture of friendship, but it seems to know that it can't win if it fights us. So I think we're kind of at a stalemate.
We just kill it then?
Can we?
Uh,
I'm sorry.
It looks sharply towards you as you say the 607 and
It doesn't
scrapes its
wanna
hoof against
talk.
the ground.
I sort of nod with my head towards the tree that's been hit with my fireball. It's on fire. It's smoking. That's gonna be you.
Ooh, roll an intimidation check.
Not
Hmm.
great.
It seems though you are clearly threatening it with fire. It doesn't seem to have an aversion to it in any capacity, and seems to take your threat to heart because it is scraping its hoof against the ground again, and almost trying to position itself in a way that it can get a clean charge or an angle at you. But you're set up in such a way that you're hiding behind quite a few members of your party.
What? I'm the one that did that. Come punish me. I know you want to. Or are you just a big chicken instead of a big moose?
Okay. I think roll initiative as it begins to charge. Let's get rid of the drift globe.
I finally got a good initiative. It's been so long.
Yeah, not to mention, guys, you technically are hidden as well.
Yep.
Though it is certainly fighting first, because it's the one kind of initiating this combat.
Yeah.
But you're actually still first anyway, guys. So if you want to do something, you see after 607 has taunted it, it clearly gives in and begins to charge, charging full speed, pushing past branches, and snapping them in its path. What do you do,
Okay.
guys?
Well, considering it looks like it's gone in for the offensive, I guess I'm going to go in for the offensive as well. But I'm going to take 607 at his word. And... oh, that should have been an advantage. But it hit anyway. I'll just roll a d20 to make sure that...
No, just a normal.
Almost.
But
You get sneak attack.
Yep, and that part of that is fire damage because it's with one of the fire cage arrows. So I'm not sure, and I'm guessing it's also gets lit up slightly by the dim light of it, just in case, the other fire gets pulled out. I'll at least be able to get a shot off of it.
Okay.
And
That's
then.
a nasty shot.
And then Geist is going to move around in the tree line. And bonus action hide.
Sure. Go ahead. And then Ashanti, you're
not
up.
Great.
Okay.
Okay.
You are actually hidden still.
Okay, I am gonna move 25 feet, and I'm gonna throw a javelin at it.
Okay. That's gonna hit. So 10 piercing damage as this javelin skewers straight into the thick hide of this white moose, and it lets out kind of this bleating, pained yelp for a moment, and it's still standing. And you think at this point a regular moose would have not lived through that. Like those clean shots, arrow and javelin, they would have pierced a moose by now and brought them down. But this thing is still standing, blood trickling down its white fur.
I feel very sad.
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't want to kill it, and I would love to tell old Morrelson all about the moose I saw that was bigger than one of his olifants. Because he used to tell us about the olifants that he saw in Schult, and I'm going to tell him my moose was bigger than his olifant.
Okay.
That's it for
It
me.
is-
I'm not going to rage just yet because I don't know if we're going to... It's going to last that long.
All right. It is going to back up just a bit, almost like staggers from the attack, and then takes a full charge. And you've moved into the path, which I was going to take towards 607, which is annoying. But I guess I could either go for you or Barrier here.
I heard it, so...
We're going to slam into you, Shanti. You are going to get hit with... It's antlers. That's a hit.
I am going to use silvery barbs
Okay.
as my reaction, which means
All right.
that I re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll.
Okay. I'll roll a d20 plus 6. It gets a 10 in total, making that completely miss. And
And I'm going to give advantage. And I'm giving advantage to myself on my next attack roll, ability check or saving throw.
nice.
Wow, thank
Would you-
you.
And would you care to describe what that actually kind of looked like in that moment? I think we've not seen
As
you do
he's
this before.
as he's charging for Ashanti, I'm gonna say "Kicking shit" just to
That
because I'm
is so-
distracting him.
Yeah, absolutely. It distracts in a way that it turns its head to see you, and it hasn't got the front kind of charging impact that it was kind of rearing up for, and it instead kind of gets caught on a nearby trunk of a tree, and it yanks its head in a horrible jerking angle, and the charge is completely interrupted and kind of like plows into some of the snow instead. You see the bark of the tree is splintered and cracked in half. However, that thing would have hurt like absolute hell. Not to mention, it would have then basically got a free hoof attack as well for having you on the ground. But that was an insane turn of events. Instead, it sees that it's already kind of bleeding out of many different wounds on its body, and you've now got some sort of magic power on it. I think with that, it is going to provoke an attack of opportunity, Ashanti. Do you wish to take it?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I will, I'll try for puncturing. No, a slicing. I'm gonna go just big swing. And, sorry, how low are those branches? I'm worried about hitting the branches with my halberd, which is why I was thinking about puncturing it first. If it got its antlers caught in them, I'm worried about getting my halberd caught in them.
There is a bit of a tangle of branches and tree, but it's kind of smashed through them enough that you've got a clean shot.
Okay. Then I am gonna take a... Actually, I don't know if I can do this. Can I try to grab the javelin and shove it further in?
You could make a javelin attack, yeah. I think it would still be the same sort of roll to hit, but you're just using a javelin in melee.
Well, no, it's got a javelin in its side still, right?
Yeah, I'm saying that you're still going to have to roll to attack with said javelin.
Okay. I'll just swing with my halberd.
Okay.
And I'm gonna have Andy help me. I don't need Andy to help me.
That's a hurt-looking moose. 12 slashing cuts clean open another wound, and its blood splattering across the snow. It is heavily wounded at this point, and I'm going to have it retreat after that, going... Well, it's going to leap down to... How much did I move? I only moved like 15, then back. I'm basically like at the edge of the map, I guess. Near enough. It is ducking and like trying to get cover behind the trees, and there is a thick woods in this area, such that it will have like 3/4 cover against most attacks.
It's so big though.
These trees
Isn't
are...
it a giant moose?
It's a giant moose, yep. But these woods, they're incredibly thick. Branches everywhere, thick trunks. These pines are... The forest provides a lot of cover. Like, as soon as it gets into this area, it's half cover kind of like in this band, but in this lower band, it's in 3/4. In any case, it looks to be running. It is 6 or 7's go.
How far away from it is me? Is it for me?
It's 45. No?
45, okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I need to move as close as I can. Five, and then I'll move over here so that I can get as good a view as I can. I'm going to use a free action just to signal for Wedge to follow, because I want to mount him in case this guy keeps running.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to attack. How do I do the advantage roll? I think I attack with advantage on him.
Yeah, you can roll with advantage. You just hold down Alt, I think. That's going to be a hit regardless by the looks.
This should be a hit. Stay tried and true. With that, let me just roll a d20 just in case. No,
Alright.
So that's that. Not great on the die rolls. Only 11.
It's
and
like a lightning rod.
Did it take the full damage? Does it look like it took the full damage?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I will bonus action give myself that spell slot back with my sorcery points.
Okay.
And that is the end of my turn because I've moved all the way.
Okay. Faith doesn't actually have much to do in this scenario. Just gonna have her kind of back you up and probably get ready to pull your axe beaks over. That's probably what she's doing. It's like organizing them for you. There you go. But anyway, Barry, what do you want to do?
I am hoping that it's low enough HP that I can put it to... Oh, I lost my template for that.
Jesus. All right.
And I put it to sleep.
That'll sleep will actually do it.
Then we can do this without actually killing it now.
You
hear the scraping of its hooves as it lands into the snow, and a big plow of just dust and twigs fly up into the air. You hear the heavy thump of the body falling into the snow.
Well,
I will end
see,
on that.
you guys all wanted to be all sneaky and tracky. Sometimes you just gotta ring the dinner bell.
Wow, that was over a lot more quickly than I thought it would.
It usually is with
Good
my
job.
plans.
It's,
To be
when
fair,
when you guys it's gonna stop doubting that, just do it my way, and you have to be done so much faster. Look at this. This was like 2 hours.
it's still sad, 607. It's sad that
He's alive. We didn't kill him. I haven't tortured him yet.
maybe we can still talk to him. And Hulla wants to go up and tie
Wait,
the legs together with rope
yeah. Good idea. Yeah, let's
while
tie
it's
him nice and
knocked out.
solid.
Nice
I
and
have
solid.
manacles.
And put a
I'm
hog
gonna
tie
put my
there.
manacles. I have manacles, don't I? I'm gonna put manacles
do.
on these hooves.
Okay.
Uh,
The white moose is heavily restrained. You hear its heavy breathing, quite labored, considering the wounds that it's sustained as well.
and as I'm putting the manacles on, I'm just gonna whisper in its ear. That's why you have bodyguards, bitch.
Yes, thank you for that insight. 607, helpful as always.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for you to hear that. But Shanti saved me, I guess, a little bit. Probably would have heard it. That moose hit me, but you know.
All right.
you saved
The
me, so I think we're even. And I am going to say, now that we have it fully restrained, do we want to pull my javelin out and see if you or Faith can do a cure wounds on it?
Yeah, I'm happy to do that. When it wakes up, we can cast calm emotions and see if we can actually talk to it.
I'm gonna.
Okay.
Because I want to know what's going on.
I'm gonna see if I can recover my arrow from it, which is a survival check. Nope.
no, it's broken by the looks. When it collapsed,
Yeah.
the arrow snapped when it landed.
Shame.
I'm gonna
Check
say
to see-
Faith will cure wounds it.
I'm gonna check to see if I get my javelin back. Oh, well, I guess I do.
Yeah, you do absolutely. Yeah, it landed on the side with the arrow, not the side with the javelin.
Right.
Done. All right, so you can add that back. The moose is still asleep, even though you cure wounds it. But it doesn't take much to wake it up. You just use your action and then kind of stir it.
And as soon as it does, I cast calm emotions on it as well.
Okay.
I'm gonna mount Wedge just in case, because he's probably pissed off at me. And I'm gonna back up a little bit.
All right. You can cast calm emotions. I believe it's a save still, right? There's
I believe so,
wisdom
yes.
save. Okay.
I'm trying to push the template without hitting everybody else. But
No, it's all good. I have failed anyway. A couple of other people are also very calm.
including myself.
Oh, it's charisma actually. Yeah, that's cool. Anyway, yeah, the moose begins to wake, staring and looking around. Its eyes are flutter. It tries to move, but of course it's restrained. It looks down, sees the manacles, and then looks back up at you and is clearly about to get into a rage, but the spell immediately puts them into a kind of a stupor, and their eyes roll back for a moment, and then it kind of shakes its head, and now it just looks a little confused, kind of tilting its head back and forth. And then you hear it speak. You healed my wounds. Why?
Told you we didn't want to hurt you. We don't
I
want this
did.
to end in bloodshed. Well, he does, but I mean, if possible.
It's my default though, so
Yeah,
sorry.
don't take. Is he speaking out loud? The
Yes.
moose? It's speaking out loud.
It is.
Do you have a name?
No.
What do you have something that you prefer to be called? Should we just call you White Moose?
Gavin. We'll name you Gavin.
We do not use names. But We know who you are. You are more hunters
Well, no,
sent
we're
to kill me.
we were sent to kill you. That's true, but we don't want to if we don't have to. That's not our way.
No. It's more we were sent to deal with you, and if that we can do that without killing you, that does us just as good as killing you, you know? We'd rather not kill you.
We just want you to stop injuring the loggers when they come to take the wood. That's all. If there's something that you need, you can tell us, and we can work to.
This forest does not belong to them. Or you. Or anyone.
They need the forest to survive. I'm sorry that hurts you. But they have no choice. They need the wood to stay alive for their people. This is the only place we can come.
If done right, that is a sustainable practice.
I think I caught
Yeah.
that. But
We didn't catch that, whatever that was, Julian. Or
So if done right, it's a very sustainable practice.
sustainable. They have been overcutting. Far more trees have been felled in the last 2 years than ever before. There won't
Because of
be
this
a
winter.
forest left.
Because of this horrible winter. But what if we convince the townspeople to plant as they cut?
No new trees grow in this weather. Life has been strangled.
And what is your role here? Are you a protector of the forest? Or are you just protecting your own self?
I am protecting many. The forest, everything that lives and breathes in it. It is their home. And they are destroying it. One chop at a time.
I look around to the others and kind of shrug. Like, he's got a point.
He
I don't know how
does.
we resolve
but-
this.
I mean, I find it. One thing I find difficult with the 10 towners is they have so many abandoned buildings which they could take apart for wood for their fires for the time being, and yet they seem obsessed with cutting down the trees. I get like that's the best wood, it's going to last longer, but at this point, why haven't they been using the houses? Like, it's not like people are going to suddenly appear again to use them.
What if they do, though? What if that's the hope? That the weather clears and the people come back to their homes?
Homes can
That would
be
be
homes can be rebuilt, but lives can't. And on the vague hope that some people might come back, seems odd to then risk coming into the woods where you're going to get mauled by a moose, rather than. And as the winter gets worse and prolongs longer, they're going to have to keep cutting more and more. The only surefire way to solve this problem is to solve this winter.
Evan, do you know of a solution?
Who did you ask? Gavin. Oh, sorry. I was like, who's Gavin? Yeah, the moose, right. The moose says simply, it is either us or you. Survival of the fittest.
Sorry, can I ask a clarification question? Who is us in that scenario?
Its eye is kind of narrowed towards you. But it says, we the forest. and those who safeguard it.
Who else is there
You can roll an
besides you?
insight check. Oh, okay. You can follow this questioning anyway.
Yeah.
You can roll insight checks just because I
Okay.
think it's obvious that there is something more than just simply the forest.
Mm.
But
It's
you're
just a
not quite
forest.
sure. Just no, you're fine. You're along the right tracks, but Barry's up in there. When it says "we the forest," it seems to be kind of talking as if it is the animals, the beasts, and that. But when it says like those who safeguard it, it's almost as if they are referring to someone who is a stalwart protector and has been for some long time. Someone they perhaps serve, and they talk with reverence of, and you gather, Barry, that this isn't probably the only threat in Lonelywood.
Seems like
He
should
says
be,
forest. I believe he says the forest.
Yeah, I think we should be more careful that there may be more than just the moose out here.
You see its eyes kind of looking around. And
I will
whilst you're
look around us to see if there's anything approaching from behind.
make me a D100 check before that happens. Just to see if there is something around. Okay. A 74. Fuck, it was supposed to be a D20. My bad. Yeah,
I can do a
let's,
D20 roll.
let's roll that again, yeah. There is something perhaps nearby. You can all roll perception checks. You are looking also. Ooh, that's not bad. Not bad either. Natural 20 again. Jesus, okay.
My bodyguard.
Ashanti, you smell something more than see it. The others, they're perhaps hearing just this slight rustle in the wind. There's maybe just this sifting of snow nearby. But for Ashanti, the smell is what gives them away. There is this scent of flowers like blooming. And
Oh, I think Chewingas are nearby. Hey, we're friends. We're friends. We've met other
Well,
Chewingas. I even have a berry as a gift from Chewingas.
though you already know that they don't share some sort of language with you guys, it seems as though as you're calling out to them, one or two of these small creatures do emerge from the snow. One of them literally steps out of the bark from a pine, and they seem to be curiously spying on you from a distance.
Oh, hi. I'm
They seem to be
Ashanti. And this is Bits and Andy and all of my friends. And Moose, we're trying to make a friend.
I wave to the general direction of the Chewingas.
the Chewingas all seem to be trying to keep hidden, but I will say that they do gesture towards their masks as you introduce yourselves as you speaking your names. They gesture that to their masks, and I've mentioned this before, but they all seem to have different individualized masks. None of them are alike.
Okay.
And you've kind of guessed as to what the pattern resembles. Maybe the soul of a particular herb or the name of a cloud, but they seem to be the only distinguishing features of each of them to set them apart. And so when they gesture to that, it's almost as if they are introducing themselves.
Yeah. Geist is gonna get down low and reach into his bag and be like, I'm not sure if they're part of your group or other groups of Chewingas, or even if you have groups, but I found this and I thought it would be best off with you rather than with me, and I'll place down the stone Chewinga that we got earlier from see how they react to it. I almost, because it's one of them trying to give it back to their own people sort of thing, rather than even if it is made of stone.
Okay. They do seem to suddenly have their attention on the statue. One of them seems to hide for a moment and then slowly raises its head back up. And they all seem to look at each other before hopping down off the branches and slowly approaching. And Barry, I'll mention, because you got a nat 20 on your perception or your insight check, the white moose seems to be letting out like a low sigh, like almost as if this wasn't what they were expecting to come help, but as if they were hoping for something more, but they got the Chewingas instead. The Chewingas approach Geist and they seem to inspect the statue, and there's a small little rain cloud that appears over them and just lightly rains on them. You haven't seen rain for a long time because normally it's just snow, but here it seems to manifest as literally water, and it's almost as if tears kind of run down their little ceramic masks as they begin to sort of almost mourn the loss of one of their own. This appears to be a real Chewinga to them.
I know it might seem like just words, but I'm hoping that I can find some way to help them. After all, helping people is kind of what we do. Well, most of us.
A couple of them do seem to try and perhaps attempt to save their ally. One of them makes a small little seed pod bloom on the top of the Chewinga, but it too seems to turn to stone, and then it kind of crumbles away to dust. Another one seems to try and make a sprinkling of leaves fall upon them, but the leaves just sort of go dry and crumple away. Other effects that they try seem to have similar effects. There's nothing really they can do to save them. After which you sort of you can smell a sort of sour scent in the air, almost as if their moods have been soured.
Do you want to take them with you, or do you want me to keep them with me in case I find a way to help them? I'm not sure.
They don't seem to understand you guys. They tilt their heads and look at you.
Geist sort of
Very
tries.
strange.
Well, we've seen lots of strange magic in this place. It might be possible that there's a way to stop them being made of stone. I don't know what that would be, but I'm willing to look out for it as I travel, and I can either find that and come back here and give it to you if I find it, or I can take them with me, and then when we help them, they can come back.
One of the Chewingas begins to start making a little snowman, and it seems to resemble a kind of elven figure. And then another little Chewinga grabs a hold of a leaf and puts it over their like private parts. And I guess just looking at this little statue of snow, people can make a religion check.
Geist has been reading a religious text, so I'll give it a go. Holy crap, Geist.
Terrible.
Okay, Geist and Ashanti definitely recognize this. Not just who it is, which is most definitely the god Sylvanus, an elven god who is obviously a nature god, but you also remember this. You remember seeing a statue of Sylvanus
Yeah, it was
way back
in
in the
it's in
yeah,
Doug's cave, wasn't
and
it?
not only that, but you also sent Tali to go and investigate that recently, and so she must still be there, possibly.
Are they trying to tell us to take the little stone statue to the elven tomb? Did they know where the elven tomb is?
They seem to lift up their little statue of their Chewinga and try to place it before the statue, and then they look at you
Wait,
guys expectantly.
Can you take us to the elven tomb? Can you guide us? Shoot. Can't speak to them. I don't know how to ask.
Yep.
I'll ask with the stone of brain talking.
Okay, so this is interesting because the rules for telepathy state very clearly they need to at least know a language. You don't have to share the language, but they need to know one. And you very
And they
quickly
don't speak
discover
any
that
language at all.
they have no language whatsoever. But
Oh Lord.
what you do hear is perhaps like songbirds and the sound of a light, gentle breeze in your mind. You can hear two little pebbles clicking and clacking together, and the water of a stream. It's just all these strange little nature sounds that they seem to have in their own mind.
Um,
Can I form some images in my head, almost like a charade, of
Oh,
of them leading us to an elven shrine close by to here, that we can bring the statue?
oh, yes, you can. I would say it's a little tricky at first, but you're starting to get the idea. You can send maybe more than just messages, but like telepathic kind of images, and you're trying to shape a vision in their heads,
Yeah, the same
and
as
maybe
they're
the
trying to do for
sounds.
me.
Yeah, and the sounds are definitely a way of doing that too. Like you hear the marching and crunching of snow, and I will say you can roll a persuasion check.
Oh, please, 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 please roll better than I have been rolling. Not so much
Guidance.
guidance on
You
that for
can
sure.
add a
Yes.
guidance.
Still only
It's
11.
an 11. So they are. They seem to be a little bit wary for some reason or another. It seems as though they are understanding what you're trying to show them, but then they make a sound back at you in your mind, and it's not a pleasant sound. It's almost as if you can hear the sounds of your bones freezing over. You hear the sound of icy, cold grip, like a howling wind in a blizzard. And you also hear some sort of howling of wolves as well, is what you hear is in addition to that. Howling wolves, freezing body parts, and each Chewinga is like sending an image or a sound into your head.
I think
And
they're
yeah, they
saying
aren't
that it's too
pleasant. They sound
dangerous.
ominous.
Yeah, they're saying it's too dangerous to go, or at least for them to take us to that shrine.
Base.
Sorry.
Does
Do they
Ashanti
know
say
where it
what
is?
images she sees?
No, this is Hulla.
Hulla, sorry. Brain.
Hulla, can they point us in the right direction? If it's too dangerous for them to take us, can they at least tell us the direction we can go so we can take ourselves?
I try and ask that in charades. I
Um,
illustrate them pointing the way and us
yeah.
leaving them behind.
Okay. They begin to sketch out an image in the snow. And it's a very easy recognizable image. It is of a crescent moon. And then the next one along draws it as a half moon. And then the third Chewinga draws a circle, indicating most likely a full moon. And then you see the Chewingas kind of hop from one image to the next, and they all seem to land and surround the full moon image.
You guys
Full
saw that,
moon?
right?
Yeah.
Full moon.
But
Yeah, so you may be right. It's a timing issue.
based
You can only
on
see it.
We can only get access on a full moon.
Yeah.
it might only even be visible on the full moon, possibly. Based on the
You hear the
religion
moose speak
checks
now
that
as
we
well.
got, quickly, Chris, do we know
Yeah.
if Sylvanas is involved with the moon in particular? I know elves often are, but I don't know if Sylvanas is like a god of the full moon or something.
No, their symbol is that of an oak leaf. Their domains are of nature, wild
Okay.
beasts, and trees.
Okay.
No, that doesn't seem to be connected. But they do seem to be referencing that this statue might be, yes, take this statue to Sylvanas' statue. Does seem to be the message they conveyed.
Hmm.
The moose turns and says, "Why? Why do you trust them?"
Well, they've been our friends in the past before. Or at least people of their type. Not these Chewingas exactly, but well, we've met their kind before, and they've always been a little strange but well-meaning, and they've helped us.
I wasn't asking you.
Oh, sorry.
The Chewinga. They seem to place trust in you.
Right. Do they speak to you?
No.
Maybe they can tell that we don't mean them any harm.
We're trying to help. We're trying to do good. We're trying to bring light back into the darkness. And
We're trying to make it so that everybody can live together.
yes. And while we have had to hunt down the bad guys, and we try to find, we've been trying to find better ways to help every being, every life form here.
He lets out a long sigh. You can roll another persuasion check, this time with advantage. I guess either Ashanti or Hulla, one of the two.
Ashanti, you better do it. I've been rolling like garbage.
That's better.
That's more like...
It's still at 17, funnily enough, but it is enough. The white moose seems to be this because you've become. They're technically charmed. They're no longer hostile to you. They'd be more like indifferent. But you seem to be like at least warming up to them and explaining your methodology seems to be in line with theirs. And they let out a sigh once again, a kind of resigned one, and they say, "She will not hear your words. She will not be swayed."
Who will not hear our words? Who will not be swayed?
Ravison.
Who is Ravison? Did I miss something?
She is the one that awakened me.
Can you take us to Ravison?
She lives in the Elven Tomb.
Perfect. We need to get to the Elven Tomb. Hulla has urgent business there, and we can talk to Ravison at the same time. Guys, do y'all agree?
Yes,
Let's see if we
and
can revive the Chewinga statue, as it sounds
yeah,
like.
and as a sign of what I hope will be good faith, Geist is gonna pull out one of his water arrows and basically shoot the on fire tree to try to put it out. It's not much of a gesture, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
better than
Okay.
nothing. So
Well,
yeah, so
absolutely, yeah. The Chewinga seem to rejoice, and they begin heading over there. And in its place, you see them creating new little seed. They basically begin sprouting up new trees in its place to try and replace it. It takes all of their effort, though, by the looks, to grow this thing.
well, the ash from the burnt tree should work as some form of fertilizer. I think that's how slash and burn agriculture works.
Yeah, they seem to instinctively understand this as well, as they actually are spreading the ash into the soil as well.
And
And they
that's one
can
arrow I definitely
begin to
can't
help
get back
regrow.
because that's a glass vial that shatters. I don't think I can get
Yeah.
that back.
That's true. Yeah. But yeah,
That was a
extinguishes
good
it.
idea all the same.
Mm.
Thank you, guys.
Well,
The white moose says, "If you unbind me, I may be able to take you there."
Do we have a truce until we get there?
Yes.
Okay. You will neither attack us nor aid any enemies we encounter.
Very well.
In exchange, I can promise I will not attack you or aid any enemies of yours we might encounter. My companions can speak for themselves.
unless you
Either.
unless you
We'll
turn
stop our
up,
I cannot
companions.
promise the same.
That's fair.
unless you turn on us, I won't turn on you.
He turns and says, "I cannot promise Ravison will greet you with open arms. In fact, it's pointless that you are trying to talk to her. But these Chewinga seem to place some trust in you. And I will at least try to do the same."
Thank you. We appreciate
Fair
that
enough,
takes
thank you.
a little bit of trust.
Do you want to ask the Chewingas if they want to travel with us? Safety in numbers.
He turns to them. The Chewinga already seem to be busy nurturing a new tree to life, but the Chewinga don't seem eager to follow you.
Okay.
They have told
Can't
you a little bit
remember,
about the Elven Tomb.
do they eat? I can't remember if they eat or not.
They don't have mouths for which to eat with.
Okay.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
think the last time we saw them, they were like pretend eating, and we played along with them.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah,
I just
pretend
know
eating
that
the
they
snow,
stole the forks, and I couldn't remember if they ate with them.
I think that was more just
Yeah,
a
they were playing
curiosity
house.
thing.
Okay.
Oh, well,
All right. Well, so, Helen, I'm sorry, Gavin, you don't mind if I call you Gavin, do you? How far is the temple from here? Will we make it in a day, or do we need to set up a camp and shelter everybody overnight and then start off in the morning?
we will make it. You
All
need
right.
not camp. And I would not camp in this forest.
That's probably fair.
It's interesting since you probably camp here every night. But okay.
No. I live with others in the Elven Tomb. It is the shelter from which we protect ourselves from the other dangers.
Who else lives there
And
with
you
you?
Ravison and the other beasts. The other critters of the woods. They all make their home together.
all right. Well, I think standing here talking is not going to get us any closer. Is there anything we need to watch for on the way to the tomb?
It's it says, I would warn you for the signs, but should you hear them, it would already be too late.
All right. Well, everybody on their guard.
Yeah, you've been somewhat helpful, but thank you for trusting us this far.
It kind of gestures towards the manacles.
Oh, 6 or 7. Do you
let
want to
me.
take the manacles off? I'll undo the ropes.
Okay.
I'll take the manacles off.
Alright. It gets to its feet, shakes its snow off of its pelt, and begins to look around. The rest of you, one more time, a bit wary, still. Backs away, and then begins to turn, heading into the tree line northeast. And it
I
looks
follow.
back behind itself for you to come. How long does calm emotions last anyway?
I think
I
it's
guess
an
it
hour.
just
Hang on.
it's actually 1 minute, funnily enough, but it's fine.
Oh,
You
1
managed to
minute.
convince it within that minute, I guess. All
We
right.
just needed to back off the aggression. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. In that case, then, this
Right.
is
Before
a
we
hard
go,
one.
we need to decide how our marching order. Do y'all want me up front with the moose in case it turns on us? Or do
Actually,
you want me in the
I'd like
back
to be up front. I'd like to be up front with the moose.
Okay.
I have a question for him.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Ice, do you want to be in the rear with the shooty in case something tries to sneak up behind us?
I'll stay at the rear and keep my eyes and ears open best I can.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Barry, you okay there?
Yeah, I'm just listening to what's going on.
Okay.
I'll be in front of the guys.
Okay.
All right.
But yeah, let's do this.
Right.
So the party ventures into the forest in search of the elven tomb, following the tracks of the moose for an hour or so. But 607, you wanted to ask them a question.
Yeah, I want
Is this
to
out
like
of
ride
earshot?
up. I'm trying to do it out of earshot of everybody else if possible. I want to ride up
Okay.
like right beside him,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to say, "So you don't like the Ten Towners very much, huh?"
No.
That makes two of us. No hard feelings?
They look at you kind of quizzically. You are not a ten-toner?
Not in the slightest.
Hmm.
Quite the opposite. I'm from down south, I think.
I see. What leads you here? If not for greed, if not for an escape, why?
Well, I did come up here looking for answers. Now there's a little bit of revenge thrown in there. And to be honest, oh yeah, oh yeah. One down, like 5 to go, I think. Anyway, they're not in this wood, I don't think. So that's all right. But yeah, that's basically it. I don't particularly care for the 10 towns, and I don't particularly care for saving the 10 towns. But this endless winter up here is not doing me any favors, so I have an incentive to get rid of it. It actually do the forest well too, because the forest needs the sunshine every once in a while.
He faces onwards again and then says, I have heard of this revenge. You should be warned.
You know. Oh, I should be warned.
This is what fuels Ravison. She will not listen to your logic. She will not hear your pleas. She is too driven.
What's she driven towards? What's her revenge? Or what does she want revenge for?
You can maybe a persuasion check to see if you are actually no hard feelings with this guy, I guess. All right, that's actually a success. He actually opens up to you a little bit and tries to give you some more context before you head in blind. For the death of her sister.
No. I look at him and I say, for the death of my creator.
Ravison blames the 10 Towners for her death. Her twin sister. They were a druid as well.
She didn't drown in the lake by chance, did she?
I do not know the exact circumstances. Apparently too painful to relive, but I do not blame her. The 10 Towners are greedy.
Yes.
Selfish.
Yes. Corrupt. And they'll turn on one another very quickly. This Ravison and I think, have a lot in common. We might get on better than you might suspect. At least with me. The others, I don't know. They're too good.
I see. Well, maybe she will listen to you then.
Maybe. Things tend to go better when people listen to them.
Tread carefully. And that topic is certainly a sore subject.
I'll keep that in mind.
Okay.
Drop back from him a little bit, let him lead on his own.
Certainly, yeah. Okay, so approaching the forest's shrine. This you can't actually see the moon from where you are, which is a really problematic thing because it is so heavy snow. However, it does seem as though the white moose trudges onwards, almost as if they know something by some instinct or smell or other unseen sense. But I'm gonna roll one more d20 just in case you are unlucky. Oh man, that was close. If it was 11, bad news, but you're safe. A 10 is nothing. You're good. Looks like the White Moose is able to lead you in a safer route towards the Elven Shrine, perhaps avoiding the patrolling paths that it knows certain dangers in the forest lurk, and it almost stops in its tracks every now and again, and it just holds its breath. Its head slowly scans the tree line, and then it adjusts its path just ever so slightly by a fraction, and then again continues walking softly. And it'll urge everyone to stay silent in the next hour or so travel. Almost as if you have just narrowly avoided an encounter with something. But after a long, bated breath, finally, the tracks in front of you of the White Moose lead to a large, circular indentation into a snowy hillside. And rising from the middle of this circle is a triangular gnomon of beautifully carved crystal that stands 20 feet tall. And I'm going to take you to the map. The Elven Shrine.
Before we go in, Hulla, can you remind me exactly what we're supposed to be getting for Danica? I just want to make sure that I've got this, if I remember correctly.
We're trying to get some information on the inscription on the from the archer statue, which has been damaged.
Okay.
And I need to know what the inscription is in order to perform the ritual or spell or whatever it is.
All right.
Yeah, I know,
Or
vague,
do you
sorry.
think you're looking for a scroll or a carving on a wall or a book? Do you have any idea of what we're looking for?
Honestly, I don't know what I'm looking for. I mean, I would love to find an elf healer who would be able to translate it for me, but if not, a scroll of healing or something would be
Okay.
probably the next best thing. I'm sorry, I don't know. This is
Okay.
just a lead. This is not a definite answer.
Are those supposed to be shadows of pine trees or
Yeah, they are.
stakes coming out of the ground?
No, they're shadows of the trunks.
Okay, it's a bit wild.
Let me just check something. It might be, yeah. I was thinking about not having them, but well, they're here now. I think it's getting
Is it
dark as
safe?
well, so I'm gonna get rid of that.
So I'm going to ask Gavin, is it safe to approach the entrance or do we need to scout ahead?
Gavin approaches cautiously, but they say Ravison keeps mostly to herself inside the tomb. But she will know your approach.
Did we ground tether the axe beaks out here, or is there a place just inside the entrance we can leave them?
There is warmth. Fires lit for the other critters of the forest.
Okay.
As they lead you up, there is another few sightings that catch your attention. For example, there is some sort of crystal pillars up ahead, and there's also a gazebo here. So, a 10-foot high berm hugging the circle's eastern edge has evergreens growing around and atop it, sheltering what looks to be some sort of sarcophagus buried under snow and enclosed by a half circle of pale blue crystal pillars. North of the berm is the delicately carved gazebo made of marble, and south of the berm is a row of outward-facing white marble statues atop granite pillars. They seem to be elven in depiction, slender, robed figures, all facing northward. And the engraving on their faces has been worn away by wind, but the pointed ears make the statues identifiable. They are surely elves. Free to explore.
It's
Well, I think we need to get the axe beaks inside and get them settled before we explore the shrine some more.
Mm-hmm. Certainly. If you wish to get the axe beaks in somewhere safe, the awakened white moose, Gavin, leads you around to the front. And there's a mountainside which seems to open up. It's as though something has punched a rough hole in the side of the wall. And you can see bits of like debris, masonry, all crumbled. And there's a dark opening that leads under the hill or the mountain. And the white moose says, "In here."
Uh-oh. My screen just went black completely.
Okay, might want to refresh. But
Let's see
if you are, you're following them anyway, yeah?
is
I'm trying
this
to.
this is the gnomon thing you mentioned, or
Yes, that's correct.
yeah, which looks like a
It's like a sun. Imagine a sundial. It's that kind of thing, but you
yeah,
can
but
clearly see depictions of the moon around it.
it's like a moon dial. Goat.
Exactly. The inside this chamber, you see many eyes looking in your direction, 607 and Barry. There's owls, goats, foxes, little bear cubs, and wolf cubs. They all seem to be like suddenly alerted to your presence, and the white moose kind of lets out a few like huffs and snorts. And you have no idea what they're saying, but it seems to put some of these creatures at ease. And there are little campfires set up for them, warm little hearths that they are gathered around. There's a couple of bones as well. Clearly these polar bears and wolf cubs are eating some sort of meat, but they don't seem to be.
Ooh, it looks interested.
Yeah. There is definitely a fresh supply of bones that Bits can get a hold of. There's a pair of
Well-
hares that pop open out of their burrows, 607, look at you curiously.
I think I would ask the moose if Bits can have one of the bones to chew on.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah. Help
and
yourself.
I think, okay, and I think we
Now,
need to.
is this Repison's lair home, or is this
No.
just
It's further around
Mirage?
there.
They gesture towards this tunnel.
Ravison keeps herself locked away in that tomb there.
As it looks like
Barry's
607.
gonna explain.
Yeah, Barry's on a
I'm curious about
on a warpath
Ravison,
here.
so I'll go this way.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
I just want to get the axe beak settled. And
Mm-hmm.
Bits is the bones. I'll put her on guard, bring Andy with me. And so I'll ask the white moose, is there somewhere in particular we should leave the axe beaks? Or if it's okay just to put them in that northern corner?
No, here's fine. Anywhere around the fire,
Barry's,
keeping them warm.
Okay.
Barry's just enjoying
Alright.
the stonework. Like, he knows it's not dwarven, but he's admiring it.
And I'll send Bits over with the axe beaks and her bone, and I'll say guard.
Okay. All right. So The underground passage narrows before ending upon a wall, which is mounted with an oval mirror, 7 feet tall and half as wide. And it seems to be encircled by a decorative stone frame, Barry. That was in the bottom left. The mirror's stone seems to be kind of faintly glowing with this kind of silvery, scintillating light. But yeah, you have no idea what this is. But there's a few candles lit around it. The other doors that you found are clearly locked. Stone inscriptions bearing the symbol of a full moon. Though the one down on the bottom seems to show a half moon, like a semicircle. The door you're in front of right now, it depicts a full moon.
I wonder if the Chwingas were telling us we had to wait for a full moon, or if we were looking for the place with the full moon symbol. I hope it's the second, because I don't want to wait a couple weeks.
This seems like it's as good a place to try as any. I mean, the full moon symbol makes sense.
Okay. Then I guess I will go up and using the butt end of my halberd, the metal end, I'll knock on the door a couple times.
Hmm. You hear no response.
Okay.
And the awakened white moose kind of heads up and says,
It's best if I introduce you.
Okay. Do you need for us to open the door for you, or can you open the door yourself?
No. Only Ravison can open the door.
Okay.
They begin to speak in a very peculiar language. The white moose is almost sounds like the crunching of leaves, and you actually do hear a response from the other side, though it's again similar language, grinding stone and crunching leaves. It's bizarre. Yeah, none of you speak it, unfortunately. But after a while, the white moose seems to turn back to the rest of you, looks over your weapons and everything as well, and says,
She will not see you. Not whilst you're armed. You are clearly dangerous. And many in number.
No. What if just one
Ooh.
of us went in?
She turns back again, speaking in this language, and then turns back and says,
She agrees. One may enter on behalf of your party.
Oh. Well, I suppose.
Who's gonna go in?
Well,
Hulla.
Hulla would make sense from they want the information stuff, but
I don't have very good persuasion skills.
yeah, I mean,
I do.
yeah, I was gonna, but
I'd be willing to let 6 or 7 go. If
Yeah.
you can,
Just-
if
Just tell me the information you need, so I can make sure to ask the question.
I'll hand him the archer statue, and I'll say, see where the writing is scratched off? We need to somehow figure out what that says. And
Okay.
an elf healer, or maybe a druid, or someone who knows healing might be able to tell us what that means.
Okay. Is that it?
That's all that I need. That's
What-
it.
What's the writing, or what was the writing on the statue?
So the writing is, as far as I can tell, it's in Elvish, and it's some kind of healing ritual or healing spell, but part of it has been scratched away by the dragon's claw. And this
And
is
we need
what
to know
Danica
what's
needs
been
to get
scratched
better.
away.
Yes, exactly.
And how
Most
should
of
I
it I can
say
read.
what is Danica to you, or how should I say what Danica is to you? Your
Spiritual leader?
colleague, spiritual leader? Spiritual leader, okay, that works.
Someone who's trying to help the winter, or trying to help defeat the winter and help the people.
Okay.
And the forest by extension. She's the most powerful person I know.
Yeah. It
Well,
might
you know me.
it might not be best to mention the
me.
10 towns.
Say that she's
Considering.
trying to defeat the winter, yeah. Which is true. She's been talking with the Shawingas to try and figure out why the winter won't leave and bring back the spring. That's what we gotta go with, I guess. I don't know.
All right. I look at the moose and say, let's go.
The rest of you are to wait outside.
Sure.
Follow me.
Okay.
As in all the way outside?
They want you some way down the corridor.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine.
They might think that you could like rush in and quickly try and get in there before the door closes again.
Okay.
So they until the door closes, they want you outside. Basically, is how they phrase it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
I don't mind going sitting with Bits for a bit.
I'll go. I'm gonna go look at this big moon dial thing because it's kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay. So that's good. Bits is going to be just outside just for a moment. He stands guard, the white moose, until it hears the sudden grinding of stone up ahead. Everyone who's outside, Geist, you actually see the full moon symbol begins to glisten and glow. And it's odd because there's still a great deal of heavy snow piling around you. There's no chance in hell that you can see the moon from where you are. But rising up from the center of the circular depression is a tall triangular crystal gnomon, a device one typically finds in the middle of a sundial. It is thick near the base and narrows to a sharp point at its top. The snow around the gnomon has actually melted away, curiously, and even in this heavy snowfall, it doesn't seem to be able to settle on the symbols. Instead, you just see the circle of symbols carved into it. The symbol depicting the full moon is now fully aglow, and that's when you hear the grinding of stone from inside. And 6 or 7, you see the door open. Inside is another tomb, a circular chamber that has been intricately carved with a domed ceiling about 20 feet high. A beam of light is shining down from the top of the dome directly onto the sarcophagus, illuminating like its rectangular form. And the light is seemingly coming from some sort of weird like radiance, because outside there was definitely no light. And as you finally step in, you see the light sort of dissipate and disappear. And that's when the door behind you begins to shut, closed, and lock. And Geist outside, you see the moon symbol fade away. And again, there was no parting of clouds during that time. Didn't look like the moon shined onto it, but rather something activated it. Okay. Inside 607, slowly rising up from behind the sarcophagus, as though hiding behind it, just for safety. You see a woman, a cold and pale complexion. In her hand, she wields this sickle made of ice, and she eyes you sharply in a mistrusting kind of look. And yeah, you can have a little look at Ravison. Looks like she has a thick set of furs draped over her back. You can see Scrimshaw adorning it, like tied off. She is clearly well adept at living out here in the wilderness in the cold, and her hair is this big unkempt mess, half covering her face. And she looks at you and says, "Well, speak."
Before I get to the question I have been asked to give you, I'd just like to say I'm sorry to hear about your sister. I too have lost someone, and I'm fueled by a sense of revenge. So I may be able to relate to how you feel.
She seems to side eye you, and immediately there's a suspicious look on her expression and says, "How do you know of my sister? Who told you this?" She's going to point an icicle towards you.
I told the
The
moose.
10 towners?
No. I told the moose of how a group known as the Family killed my maker, ambushed her, destroyed everything that she'd worked towards. And after discovering that they had been in 10 towns, I now have a sense of revenge and I want to destroy each and every one of them. The moose relayed that something similar had happened with your sister, and the 10 towners killed her in some way, although I don't know how. Details were not provided. What is important is that you don't like the 10 towners. Neither do I. They're corrupt. They'll turn on each other. They're selfish. And whatever they may be trying to do, not for the good of everybody. I have no love for them. If one of those towns were destroyed tomorrow, I wouldn't care.
I see. So you do not oppose me. And you do not work for these charcoal chewers. So what do you want?
Pull out the statue. My companion, well, one of my companions died and was revived using means that may not have been the best at the time. As a result, the spiritual leader who saved him is suffering. We believe that this statue holds some sort of a key to alleviating their pain, restoring them to themselves, and perhaps healing them. It contains some sort of inscription here, and I'll point to where the scratched out, but it's unreadable. We'd just like to know if you can tell us what is on it and what it says. That's their question.
She steps around the sarcophagus gingerly, but doesn't go right up to you. Instead, she says,
I'll place it on the ground a little bit in front of me and then back away.
as soon as you place it on the ground, you see a small little branch reach out from the bottom of the sarcophagus where all these flowers and shrubberies have been laid, and it suddenly picks up the statue in its twiggy-like hands, and it begins to waddle over towards Ravison and lifts it up and places it in their hands. Yes, this is some sort of
It's a
awakened shrub.
tree blade or something? Yeah.
Ravison looks over the statue momentarily. Elven. I do not speak this language. However, from what I have gleaned, this elven tomb once held powerful elven priestesses. Unfortunately for you, they are all dead. They would likely be able to tell you.
Is there nothing here that would help with that? I would like to provide my traveling companions some sort of an answer that may help their situation.
She says, even if I could help, why should I?
It's a good question. What would you want in exchange?
I saw you approach with the white moose. Making a
Yes.
friend, I see.
Actually, I think we got on rather well in the end, all things considered.
There is only one
Couple
thing I
more.
seek.
Oh, go ahead.
It is. I wish to preserve this Arctic wilderness. Outsiders must be cast out.
Well, here's the
Dale.
thing. The Rime, I think that's what you call it, that's keeping this in perpetual winter and perpetual night, which, by the way, is a pain in the ass, is being controlled by some sort of a semi-deity god thing named Oral.
The Frostmaiden.
We need to... The Frostmaiden, yes. The forest and everything surrounding here needs the cycle of the seasons in order to survive. New trees, as the moose told us, can be planted but won't do very well without proper sunlight, without proper rain, without the proper seasons to grow. You've seen that. You must have.
She
We
raises an eyebrow.
need to defeat Oral, or at least get her to stop the Rime and have the seasons set back to normal in order to allow that to happen. And the forest can be maintained and grown, and whatever balance you may or may not find with the Ten Towers can be maintained. Now, if you decide in the end that you don't want the Ten Towners around anymore, you want to destroy, what's the name of the town that's just south of here? Whatever it is, you want to destroy it? By all means, go ahead. Create an army of awakened mooses. And you'll be fine. You'll get no protestation from me on that.
The Ten Towners are being punished. This endless
Yes.
winter is
The
because
endless
of them.
winter is, yes, and it's also punishing your forest, though. Getting rid of the
Ten
Rime
Towners will
allows
die
the
out first. And when they do, maybe then we can return to a natural cycle but not until every single one of those outsiders have been buried under the snow.
Let me tell you what the 10 Towners are going to do if this continues. Because we're not the first group they've sent out, and if we don't succeed, or at least succeed to a level they are comfortable with, they'll send more. And they'll send more. And they'll send more. And your moose friend out there won't last very long. He barely lasted with us for very long. And we're not that powerful, if I'm being completely honest. So if your moose, your guardian of the forest, doesn't survive very well, they'll come here and they'll burn this place to the ground. And they'll burn you to the ground because they want the forest. That's what humans do. They'll destroy
Sounds more like a
everything in their
threat.
path. I'm not threatening you. Like I said, I don't want that to
They will
happen
never
any more than
find
you
this
do.
place.
Oh, they'll cut the forest, and they'll cut the forest, and they'll cut the forest, and eventually they'll stumble upon this. Humans destroy everything they touch. Everything. And they don't care. They only think of their short-term goals. What's next? They don't think of the long-term implications. The way you do. The way you can. Think long-term with me. End the rhyme, and then you can end the 10 towns.
Roll a persuasion check. He seems to weigh this for a moment before looking over her own sort of notes and such. You see, she's got like all kinds of like herbalist stations set up, strange artifacts she's investigated here in the tomb, and she places her hands both on the desk for a moment, thinking. Leaves the sickles in their place though, on the table, and then turns and folds her arms. The Frostmaiden would likely intervene should the Ten Towners gather up and try to usurp me here. And even if they don't, if I was to die, then it'd be the Frostmaiden's vengeance they would have to deal with, instead of mine. One way or another, those Ten Towners will get what's coming to them, whether by my hand or hers. So, it really doesn't matter what transpires here. Whether they can kill me or not does not matter. They cannot kill a god. And so long as
Happened
she is
before.
alive, the winter will persist. And it's out of my hands whether I wish it to end or not. It is by her will that this winter continues. And it is obvious to me that that is a sign that she is done with these 10 towners and their plundering of this dale. She is resetting this place, wiping out civilization will be the first step. But my hands are already tied. I can only carry out her will the best I can. And that's simply by continuing what I have been doing.
The moose said you'd be angry, uncooperative, unwilling to help. Thought maybe if I shared my situation with you, that could help. Show that you're not the only one suffering. Show that you're not the only one that's lost.
I have
You're not
lived
the only
in
one
this
that's hate.
cold. Me and my sister thrived in it.
Where is she now?
Towners are weak. Her eyes suddenly dart towards the sarcophagus, instinctually,
Exactly.
and then she.
You thrived. She thrived. Until what? The 10
So the
towners
10
got
towners
there.
murdered her.
Yep. And did Oral stop that?
It is not for me to question. Oral does not care.
Why?
She is a cold goddess. Merely by surviving in this environment, that is how we offer up our worship. She has no time for those who cannot stave off the cold, or those who starve are to be left behind, buried in the snow.
And what about one like you who gave so much? One like your sister who gave so much? She still allowed the 10 towners to kill her. She didn't intervene. She didn't stop it. She didn't bring your sister back.
You can roll another persuasion check. It's one less convincing. Seems she turns and spits out the words, "You would dare turn me against my own goddess? Is that what's happening here? Because if so,
I would
that will certainly not work.
listen.
I do not question her.
I turn anybody against their goddess, their god, their spiritual leader, their friend, their mother, their father. I meant getting what I wanted. Just like you. Think I care about the people out there? I'm not talking about the 10 towners. You think I care about them? I don't.
I imagine you care as little as Oral herself.
Probably less. I have to deal with them every day. You know that one of them is carrying a monster inside his chest that can burst out at any second and kill all of us? And the others are just happy to drag him along. I offered up a solution. They rejected it. I could kill them. I'm offering you a solution.
And
Don't
that
make the
is,
same mistake. Tell me what's on the statue. It's simple. I know you can do it. You looked at your books. You saw the answer.
she
Doesn't change
says,
anything. You haven't lost anything. You've just shared information.
she's grabs a
I'm
hold
not
of
threatening.
grabs a hold of the book and actually rips the page out. and tosses it your way. Like it's all kind of crumpled and just tosses it to you. And says, "You're welcome to try and figure it out yourself."
Go and get the piece of paper.
The shrub kind of
And back.
actually gingerly like straightens it out for you and like picks it up and hands it to you. But otherwise, if you have nothing else, you may leave.
I do have a question for you. You've been around a while, right?
Yes.
Have you heard of the 20 Stones of Throne?
Roll you know what? Yeah, sure. I'm gonna roll a check for her. She is not as familiar with that. It doesn't seem. She shakes her head. My others perhaps in my circle may have understood that, but my concerns are with this elven tomb and the 10 towners.
Why
Others
this
in my
tomb?
circle are. Why this tomb? This is a.
Why this tomb?
But the elves understood how to keep a balance in nature,
Mm.
how best to live in harmony with it, instead of reaping and being greedy. They worked with the land, with the animals that lived there. So I seek to preserve this place. This is not like the civilization of 10 towns. This place is more of a reminder of how things should be. Cold, empty tombs.
And where's the balance in the forest when it's only winter? How's nature
Like
going to
I
be allowed
said,
to thrive if it can't grow? How many animals of the forest have died because of this endless winter? And you still go on with it? Animals dying, plants dying, your sister dying,
there's
all because of the winter. You want the balance? You want this place to grow? You want the 10 towners to be able to leave you alone? To go back to how it was before, maybe? Before they arrived? Can't have winter. Not
I
all the time.
imagine these 10 towners are very stubborn, persistent, but eventually their hope will break. Their spirits, it'll give out. I'm sure it's going to get a lot colder. And if it gets to the point where even I cannot survive, then so be it. As long as it means that civilization finally dies out.
And if you die, who's going to protect the forest? The moose? One hunting party could take out the moose.
I'm
The
sure
forest needs
Oral
you.
will find a way.
Oral doesn't
He's
care.
not.
We've already established that. Oral's a god above you, above this, uncaring. All Oral cares about is that the winter lasts as long as it absolutely can. Do you think when the 10 towners are gone that Oral's going to give this up? No. Oral's a winter god. Oral wants it to be winter. All over. Everywhere. And that will kill everything. If you don't
She
protect the
looks down.
forest, nobody will.
She looks down to the sarcophagus and says, "Whether through the deaths of 10 towns or my own death, it matters not, as long as I will be at peace." And she's clearly looking down and referencing her sister, possibly meaning that she will be joining them in a cold, icy tomb. But either way, it seems your words are unable to necessarily move her fanatical vision of this rhyme. but she sort of waves you away and says, "I'm through with talking with you. You have your answers. You may leave. All I ask is that you do not stand in my way."
I won't.
Or,
Can't say the same for the others.
with this, she begins casting a spell once again. You can actually roll an Arcana check if you wish to understand what that is, because it's recognizable. It's only a second level spell.
Nope.
Nope, not a druidic spell. You're under. All you see though is that a light filters down from above, hitting the sarcophagus, and the door opens up again. And then she, as soon as you're through the door, clicks her fingers, the light goes out, and the door almost slams down behind you. As you're heading back out to the others, we're gonna have the others play out a little bit first before you get back to them.
I'll go
So-
back up the hallway.
Yeah. So what would you guys have been doing during this time?
So
I
This
would
gazebo,
like
by
to
the
look
way, it's not
around
on
this.
fire. It's not lit.
I would like to look around this temple to see if there's any elven symbols or writings or anything that would help me figure out like what this place is.
yeah.
A
I
lot
would like
of
very
this
much like to
elven
explore.
tomb, I would say outside, the statues are too worn away, much like your own statue. It seems to have weathered time, and it is all the inscriptions are kind of worn away. Inside the tomb, there is a little bit more intact, and yeah, you can go around from door to door. It does appear as though the sundial outside corresponds to one or two of these doors. This one is a half moon, Hulla, and you saw a half moon symbol outside, but there's no moon shining down when the weather is
Yeah.
this bad.
Right.
There's another door here that's a stone, but this seems to lead outside anyway. You could tell this door from the outside as well. This was another door, probably like a semicircle, or sorry, like a
Okay.
crescent moon. But
Mhm.
with the walls kind of smashed through, that door doesn't really serve much purpose, considering it's you've already breached inside. The only other weird thing of note is this mirror in this chamber, and it does seem to be kind of giving off this silvery glow, but there's no inscriptions to tell you what it does or how to use it. The best you can
This
give me
chamber
is
is
like an
interesting.
Arcana check.
Yeah. And is that's a mirror that's glowing, or is it a fire?
It is a mirror,
It's a
and
mirror.
there are little candles lit around it as well.
Okay.
There are small little urns as well, like little gift baskets,
no.
almost of flowers and ferns. Most of them are all since withered, but you're not really sure what this mirror represents. Just that something magical about it, a quality you don't quite figure out. It's
If I
weird.
go and look in the mirror, does it show myself naturally behind, or does it show
Yes.
something else?
No, it looks
It's
very
just-
natural.
Okay.
And that's, but there is that kind of, like I said, soft glow from it, but without being able to tell any supernatural elements of it, you kind of just left wondering why. But
Okay. Can I touch it before leaving?
yeah, you can touch it. There's a slight flash in your mind's eye for just a briefest of moments, but it doesn't seem like it fully functions for some reason. It's just a quick flash and then nothing.
I wonder what that did. I'll stay for a minute in front of the mirror before leaving to go find the others.
Mm-hmm.
But all right, there's a weird mirror there. Does anybody know anything about weird mirrors? Just I don't know. Guys, have you read about any weird mirror stuff? Elven mirrors?
Not that
Looks
I
like there's
can.
offerings in front of it. I wonder if it shows visions or something.
I mean, it might do. I've got an idea. Geist is gonna, apparently being followed by Barry, going to go have a look at this mirror himself. And
Okay.
he's gonna hold up the stone chewinga to the mirror and see if anything is different when he's holding that up, to like if it reacts in any way.
No, it doesn't. I'm
Hmm.
afraid. You can also
Uh,
roll Arcana checks though.
It's an offering. Put something small in front of it. Like a copper coin
no.
or...
Looking at the offerings, what sort of things do the offerings appear to be?
Or like little ferns, baskets of maybe flowers that have just turned to crumpled bits of,
Okay.
detritus now. Symbols, like the symbols of the moon. Like you'll see like carvings of maybe bone or stone.
Okay, then Geist will get out the owl figurine carved from whalebone that he has and place it down as if as an offering and see if anything happens in the mirror. I mean, because an owl sort of symbol with the night, and it's made of bone. So
yeah, there's another kind of soft flash, not as fierce as the one when it was touched, but just a softer glow, and just for a brief split second, you see the mirror switch from just showing your reflection to just a complete whiteout of heavy snow. Just like, just for a moment, it's just complete blizzard, but then it dissipates again instantly. It's only there for a split second.
Well, that didn't do what I was thinking it would do. It seems like if you give it an offering, I mean, it might have just been the type of offering or not knowing the words or whatever, but it showed me like heavy snow, so maybe it's like a mirror for seeing distant places or something.
Interesting.
But I've got no idea. Barry, you got any clues? You're in here.
Barry does identify there is a circular symbol on the door. It's the full moon symbol again. But oddly, this one wasn't locked. This door does open. And you see a similar sort of inscription on the mirror as well, like small little circles depicting a full moon.
So when you looked in the mirror, you were seeing snow, or?
Yeah, that's what I thought I saw. Anyway, maybe.
You need to go grab some snow and bring it to the mirror.
I mean, I could try.
And then maybe that'll unlock another door.
Sure. I mean,
are we looking for?
I'll say with a 13 on Arcana, you kind of gathered that it being just a brief kind of flash, the mirror doesn't seem to function like by giving it perhaps more offerings or something. It's like when giving an offering, it was about to function but cannot for some reason. And the indication of just heavy snow.
Maybe the problem is you offered it stone and it needs something living, or that was living. Maybe if we broke off some berries from our trail rations.
No, I think I might get it, assuming that Barry's saying this out loud, like what he's figured out.
Well,
I think possibly this, like some of the other stuff here, only functions when maybe moonlight is shining on that thing outside, maybe, or maybe you need a magic to mimic moonlight, and the snow was basically showing, this is blocking me from doing what I need to do. like, so it's got the start function, but not the power.
Oh,
Maybe.
we need to get rid of the snow or wait till the snow disappears.
I mean, it might function in like a light snow, or if we get lucky and get like that brief moment when. But based on the symbol, we'd also need, I guess, a full moon.
Looking outside, you notice that the moon dial is not covered in snow at all. Even though it is pelting it down with heavy snow, it doesn't settle on the moon dial.
Oh, did not mean to close that. Is there... Unfortunately, there's no way to get moonlight in it or on it. I mean, somehow I'm guessing the Ravicin has some sort of way to do moon stuff, but not something that I know. But I'm going to continue looking around, see if I see anything. And so I guess as I'm in here, I'm going to have to light my lantern to see anything.
Yeah, this door is locked with a half moon symbol.
None of these statues look any different. Actually, do any of these statues look any different to each other? I know they don't on the map, but I'm not sure if they do in...
Okay, so the elven statues, they appear life-sized, each of them. They're depicting an elf standing rigidly atop this 7-foot-high cylindrical base of wind-worn granite. And counting all of them, it appears there's about 7 of them, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 outside, yeah, but then there's another 8, 9, 10 inside. So there's 10 altogether, weirdly. 10 towns, maybe? Who knows? But they look ancient. They look far older than anything you've seen up till now. All of them seem to be facing sort of inwards towards the moon dial as its central point. You can't. You can maybe give me an investigation check or an Arcana check. But the ones outside, I was mentioning to Hulla, they're too wind-worn to be able to tell what really is on them. But on the ones on the inside, there is just some faint sort of runes around the base of the cylinder. With a 13, you're not really sure what they are, though. And they don't even appear to be elven. They are just magic runes, right?
Yeah. I mean... Gavin?
You have no one with, like...
do you know if there's
I don't know what these are.
Do you know if there's a statue to Sylvanus anywhere in here?
They do not know what this is.
Ah. That's fair.
I do not know your gods.
Well, not my gods, but they're the elf gods. But yeah, that silly question. You're obviously a moose that's just been magically awakened. Why would you know anything about? Have you seen a statue that looks different to these, perhaps particularly impressive, like someone might worship as it? I don't know if you've been around this place much. Yeah, like give offerings to, pray to.
This is a tomb, is it not? A gravesite of sorts.
Yes.
The only offerings I've seen are the ones in Ravicin's chamber, around the sarcophagus. There is a similar sarcophagus outside, but there are no offerings. Rather, there are crystal pillars surrounding it.
You
Crystal
know who's in
pillars.
the other sarcophagus? If it's not Ravisson's sister, who
It
else could be
shakes its
buried?
head slowly.
I was born much before their time, after their time.
Hmm.
Nor do I
Would
speak Elvish.
right, of course. Sorry, I just thought she might have mentioned something, but it was a
I
silly
mean,
question.
I suppose there's no harm going looking at the other sarcophagus. Maybe, yes,
Okay.
because
Maybe the name is inscribed.
possibly, like, I'm just trying to work out what the Chewingas meant because they seem to be like show this thing as an offering to like Sylvanus, but I'm guessing maybe we do need to go back to the one near Doug's, but then they also seem to not necessarily dissuade us from going this way, so maybe there's something here. It could be in do you know what's in this crescent half moon room?
We already asked earlier whether Sylvanus has anything to do with the moon, and I said no.
Yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, I was just wondering if Gavin knew what was in the other room that's locked.
They say
I've never seen that room.
Yeah, that's fair.
Ravison has not opened it either.
Okay, that's interesting. Maybe they can only open the one door with whatever magic they have? Oh god, magic, it's so confusing. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for 607 to come out, and then maybe I guess I could try and ask Ravison myself. Like, I doubt I'm gonna get anywhere, but yeah, I'm just gonna sit and wait.
Well, when Julian's back, we will continue with that. For now, Hulla, you said you wanted to investigate it outside the other sarcophagus.
Yeah, I want to see if there's any writing or
Okay.
symbols or anything that I can guess.
Okay. Atop the eastern berm, then, a granite sarcophagus rests in a half circle defined by 5 crystal pillars. And as you're looking for symbols, you clear off some of the snow on the lid, revealing an engraving of some sort of brazier. It looks like a brazier. You can see like a bowl shape with a flame depicted. You also notice carving around you as well on the pillars. But they're all way too wind-worn to be able to tell what they are. They're far too just weathered. You can make out a little bit, like a line here or like a shape, like a cone-like shape in others. There's like a 5-pointed symbol in another one, but it's difficult to make out. What you do notice though is, as you're looking around, there's the gazebo. I know this is like a fire that's lit, but it's actually not lit right now. The brazier is pretty much empty. If you look over at it, you can investigate it. Let me see.
Sure. Where's the gazebo?
This thing here.
Oh, that. Okay. Yes.
Okay. So in the middle of the gazebo sits an unlit stone brazier. Its bowl is about 20 inches in diameter. The brazier is full of snow and pine needles that the winds have probably swept away from the gazebo's polished marble floor. It doesn't feel like the brazier can be budged either. It's like completely adhered to it. But there was a symbol of a brazier on the sarcophagus. It's probably no coincidence that this is so nearby. But Julian, are
Right.
you back yet? Okay, perfect. All right, we're gonna say then you're coming back as everyone's just waiting for you at this point.
Yeah.
But
I'll.
because
Yeah.
you seem to
Obviously,
have some information.
I'm not able to see anything, so I'll just come back to the others.
Job done.
Okay.
You fix it? He's
I
not
didn't fix
gonna.
it.
Oh.
Oh, this was fixed. I got the here papers. This is supposed to be what's written on the statue.
Oh, oh, thank you. She gave you, wow, she gave you paper. And this is related to the healing statue? Or this
I
will
guess
help?
so. I guess so. Yeah. She's not the most friendly of people.
But if she's not very friendly, that's amazing that you got that far. Thank you.
I'm amazing.
You are amazing. What did she
Great
say? What was
job.
she like?
Well, she didn't want to help at first, and then we talked, and then she gave me that. But in general, she is perfectly happy letting everybody in the 10 towns freeze and starve to death. And if it happens that she freezes and starves to death too, so be it.
Oh, so she's
She does
not.
not. She does not.
What?
She does not want to end the rhyme. She does not want to get rid of the endless winter. She wants to get rid of the
What
10
about the
towns.
animals?
Plain and simple.
I mean,
Oh, I
there's
talked about the
foxes and polar
animals.
bear cubs here.
Yeah, she doesn't care about that. As long as the people of the 10 towns are gone, that's all she cares about. She wants them
Wow.
gone so the forest can survive.
But the forest can't survive if the winter's permanent. I mean,
You're arguing with somebody who made all those arguments. I already
right,
told her to
right,
stop.
right, 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 right.
Like, I'm just passing on her information here.
She's not into helping. Okay, well, I mean, we
No.
tried.
Pretty good. After that.
Did she say why? Why is she Faith? This is talking. Why would she want everyone to die?
Largely has to do with the fact that her sister got killed by 10 towners, I suspect. She's got a lot of anger towards that.
Yeah, I guess
And I
that.
think I think just in general, she is not a fan of civilizations encroaching on nature, and the 10 towners chopping down the forest for their firewood is not going to help with that. So she's a
And
stone wall.
yeah.
Like, yeah, like I tried to placate her, I tried to make a reason with her, I tried to be nice, I tried to empathize with her, and you know how hard that can be sometimes. But she did not change her mind. Moose, you were correct. She is stubborn.
Hmm.
Well, what are we gonna do about Lonelywood, about the loggers?
Oh, she wants
Believes
them
it
to
is.
die.
She believes it is Oryl's will.
Yep, that's what she said. Oral's will. And if Oral's will happens to involve her dying or anything else dying, as long as the humans die, she's happy with that.
That what? Does she has she been able to speak to Oryl? Does she
I
know
don't
this
know. I
is
didn't ask
this
that.
is her will?
This this is what she believes. I don't think she's
Believes.
actually spoken to Oral.
I mean,
If that's what you're implying, I don't think she's actually spoken with her.
I mean,
Hmm.
you could try and
Then how
speak
can
to
she
her
be sure?
faith, worship her to worship her, maybe.
I could, but I don't know how much more convincing I can be than 607.
I
But she
True.
tried
never
the
understood.
I tried the angry revenge to angry revenge angle.
Oh, well. Okay. I'll try the I'm also in service of oral angle, I guess. But
I
as
mean,
far as I
Faith,
know, no
Faith,
one's been able to contact
just so
Oral.
we're yeah, but just so we're sure, Faith, you worship Oral, and Oral's the one causing this, so you know.
Of course. But I've never received a message or an inclination of what Oral wants. Had I if I did, I might be closer to figuring this out, but it's
Well,
like you
hey,
said, she doesn't care.
it could be that Oral doesn't want the winter to continue, and she's just stuck in some sort of a time loop herself, and she can't get out of it, and she needs us to free her because she's frozen in something by I don't know, maybe her sisters who control the summer, the spring, and the fall. But that's crazy, right?
No, I
I
think
mean,
it's right to assume I just don't think it's right to assume anything. what you're
I mean,
saying
yeah.
could be the truth, and therefore,
Why? It'd be wild if that was the case.
and is it possible that it's to do with because that cult we found, they weren't worshipping Oral, they were worshipping some other ice god, right? Is it possible that maybe they're involved? Maybe
the
this
dwarves?
is no the cultist that we faced in Care, whatever it was called. You know, they had that symbol round, but I think it was like a chained icicle, which we found out wasn't related to Oral, but related to someone else. So maybe this is like a turf war between two ice gods. I don't know if that's a thing. I'm still learning religion. So
Fire.
more
well,
fire, I
didn't
think
hear
is
that.
what we caught from that. But she says, "Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable going in there alone, but she only wants to see people one at a time, right?"
I mean, I can.
As long as you don't threaten her directly or insult her any more than I did, you'll probably be fine. She's just gonna be grumpy.
Is there anyone
Technically,
else who wants to talk to her?
I technically do, but I can go in first if you want, Faith, if she's only willing to talk one-on-one.
What about this piece of paper, Hulla, first? Let's see if we even
Well,
need to go in there.
I mean,
So
even
you
if
see a
she...
diagram.
Yeah.
Oh god,
yeah.
sorry.
I was gonna
Oh,
say we still
oh,
need to figure out the thing about Lonelywood and the moose and what those people are gonna
Yeah.
do. But this is, I mean, my personal quest is hopefully helped along with this. So let's have a look at this piece of paper.
Moose,
Okay,
would you
so
be
you
willing
get-
to come along with us? Gavin, would you be
Where?
willing to come along with us? Wherever we go next. Do you want to leave this place and travel with us?
No. My home is here. And I have to
Okay.
defend it from the loggers.
Right. Okay, well, that didn't work. Sorry. That was my idea.
The piece of paper, it's a diagram. It's showing the 5 pillars and the sarcophagus in the middle. There are etchings that they've been able to decipher on the pillars. Starting from the north and going around in clockwise, you can see they resemble a twig, a pine cone, a flame, a feather, and a humanoid hand. So she's been able to decipher what those engravings are.
Okay, well, at first I thought they were things that needed to be offered, but a hand? I don't know what that... Okay. Twig, a pine cone, a flame, a feather, and a humanoid hand. Maybe we have to put them on the pillars?
You see there's an arrow pointing towards the braziers.
You have to put them in the
Put them
braziers.
in the braziers.
And
How'd you...
there's a
Twig and a
number
pine
sequence.
cone? Oh.
Yeah,
That's
there
easy
seems
enough.
to be a number sequence as well. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 question mark. They're not sure about a sequence, but it's pretty evident that these are to go inside the brazier and the flame to burn to burn them. Excuse me.
I mean, I'm trying to
Yeah.
think if there's some sort of logical order. I mean, the hand would be the thing that places them all, I guess. So that could be first. I mean...
Or last.
Or last. A flame and a
The last
feather.
one to go in the flare. Yeah.
But then again, how do you put a flame in a flame? I'm guessing the flames last. Like you have to put the items in and then light it.
Or the flame is first. You light the brazier and then you put the items in
But
to
that's
burn.
what I was thinking. The flame goes first,
Yeah.
the hand last, and then the
I think the
others.
flame is first and the hand is last. Although it's hard to say.
Maybe the things that burn easiest go last. So it would be the flame, then the pine cone, then the twig, then the feather, then the hand.
Possibly, or maybe there's some other representation here we're not seeing. God, why does magic have to be complicated? Like,
I don't know, but I'm gonna go outside and I'm gonna start gathering those things. And I'm gonna look for feathers. Yep,
Yep.
in the trees.
Well,
You
we
can
have
easily.
feathers.
Oh yeah, we have
Andy
axe
has
beaks.
feathers. We have
Andy.
axe
Yep.
beaks. We have Andy. Like we just need to go get the twig and the pine cone, right?
Yep.
And there are trees around
Twig
that
and a
should be
pine
pretty
cone.
easy to do.
Yeah, plentiful.
And one of you can
very much fun.
supply the hand.
I'll volunteer for the hand, since it's my leader who's needing the assistance.
Like,
It's only fair.
you're gonna put your hand in the brazier, or do we have to chop off your hand?
I'm just gonna put my hand. I'm just gonna put my hand on the flame, I think. Hopefully I don't have to chop it off, because I can't heal that.
I mean, if you
Hmm.
put your hand in at the right point, you potentially won't even feel anything.
Maybe the hand smothers the flame? I don't know. I don't know. It just... It's...
Okay. Well,
worth a
you
try.
head outside and start gathering the ingredients. The Geist, you wanted to talk to Ravison.
Yeah, just briefly. Like, I'm not even gonna necessarily
Okay.
go in. I'm just gonna knock on the door and just be like,
Okay.
hey, Ravison, don't mean to disturb you, but I was speaking to the Chewingas earlier, and they seem to think that I might be able to help this petrified Chewinga that I've got. I was wondering if you had any ideas. I'm just looking to help them. If not, I will leave you be.
She says, "Why do you wish to help Chewingas?
I mean,
Aren't you a part of the Ten Towners?"
no, I'm one of the tribesmen who. That's kind of what I'm definitely outside the 10 towns. I just want their spirits of nature, and I consider myself to be quite close with nature, so I'd rather them not be turned to stone. And honestly, the Chewingas have never done me wrong, so if I can help them, then, that's good, right? They might
You're
be able
from
to
the
help.
Reged, then?
Yes.
Roll me a persuasion check with advantage, actually.
Okay. Hey, go Geist, actually rolling half decently on persuasion.
You hear her say, "Do you understand why this winter is necessary?"
I understand that winter is necessary, yes.
Why this winter is necessary. The voice is sort of muffled from the other side, but
Yep.
she reiterates it.
Yes, I can certainly see why it's necessary, yes.
The Chewinga might be that's all that's left once this winter claims everyone.
Yes. Then it would be
So I
bad if
suppose
one
we
of their
should,
number is trapped.
Sylvanus is a god that is said to be able to cure those of ailments, disease, poison, and the like. If the Chewinga have instructed you to bring it before them, then I doubt you need any more assistance with it.
Is there anything here that might be related to Sylvanus, or is there somewhere else that I saw a statue to Sylvanus once, but
this tomb is not to Sylvanus.
Didn't think it was.
This is a resting place for an ancient elven clan of moon elves.
Ah.
Their priestesses would have been laid here to rest.
Okay. If Han guys sort of not being the smartest person in the world, but weirdly one of the smartest people in the party, which still baffles me as a concept, just sort of racks his brain for a moment. Wait, you're not part of the 10 towns, but you understand the winter and the climate. Are you from the Reghead? Or formerly,
No.
I guess? Okay.
No, I am not. Faith knows who she is, though. She gives a knowing look to Geist. You're one of the Frost Druids, aren't you? I am. Are you able to hear or speak with Auril? I'm trying to learn her design, understand her will. Any guidance can be appreciated. And she kind of interrupts Faith, saying, "Guidance from Auril? It is up to you. It's up to each of us to prove ourselves worthy of Auril. She does not coddle us like some shepherd. We are not a flock of sheep. We are more like wolves. We are to outlast this winter, prove ourselves worthy that we can survive its unforgiving cold. Only then will we garner the respect of the Frostmaiden. You have to ask yourself, are you a sheep who will die, or a wolf who will survive? Faith sort of looks to you and says, yeah, starting to hear that a lot. Sounds like something 6 or 7 told me.
Yeah. Guy
Faith
just sort of
turns
looks
back
at
and
his
says,
pelts and is just like, and I think I know which I am.
Then you, of all people, will understand. This winter will not abate, and no one can stop it. The God's will is absolute. So why are you worried about a few little loggers, They're going to die anyway. It's just a matter of time. And Faith says, I don't know whether that's what the Frostmaiden wants. And you hear kind of like a scraping of ice against stone. Almost like right up against the door. And you think yourself something special to Auril? You think you know what she wants? No, that's what I'm saying. I don't think any of us know what she wants. And that's why we can't just conclude on the idea that everyone should die. If everyone dies, then who's going to worship her? And Ravison says, only the ones who deserve it will die. Faith looks to you guys again and under her breath sort of says, sounds like She's got more of a personal vendetta in this.
Hmm.
I
How
don't think she... Oh, go on.
How certain are you that this is Oral's will and not someone else's?
Oral is the one who casts her spell each night. I have seen her. Atop the feathered beast, she rides. You've seen the lights, surely.
Yes.
That is her casting her endless rhyme. And it is only ever since started when the endless winter began. If not her, then by whose will? She is the one responsible. Do not mistake her intent. Faith says, but yes, okay, she may be the one responsible, but that still doesn't answer why she's doing it. And Ravison replies again, you think that she cares about the lives of Tin Town? It's obvious that they are just wilting flowers. They're not long for this land. And Faith says, well, what if they're just collateral? What if she's doing it for a greater purpose? None of us understand her. Least of all you. And with that, you hear her footsteps echoing away into the chamber.
Well, that went about as well as expected, but... Again, it's...
Faith looks a
seems...
little bit disheartened.
She would fit in well with the Reghead tribe's survival of the fittest sort of thing. But I don't believe she's entirely correct, Faith. If Oral was aiming to truly wipe out everyone with no survivors, then the weather wouldn't be as changing. She would just make it a full-on blizzard constantly, or a full-on sleet storm constantly, until everyone is crushed. It's almost like perhaps this is a test, or perhaps even, as weird as it might sound, maybe it's protecting from a greater threat, but I'm not one to understand the gods, so I'll leave the interpretation of that sort of thing to those more skilled like yourself and Hulla. But don't
For a moment.
don't lose what
He,
faith you've
looks
got.
Inwards. Thank you, Geist. You may be right. A test. Gods do that, don't they, to their subjects?
It's Geist flicks open his book on Hades and just flicks through and just like, yep, there's definitely examples in here. I've read them.
Yeah, and she even pulls out a symbol of Bahamut, the platinum dragon, and says, even Bahamut challenges those that follow him to combat, to prove themselves strong. Maybe this is all a test of survival.
Possibly.
Or maybe there is something worse. But who's to say?
I mean...
Right now, I don't think there's any changing her mind.
No, but... unfortunately, I don't think there's any changing of anyone else's either, which means that Lonelywood will continue to suffer unless something is done.
Right. Let's go help Hulla then. Let's see what we can
Hmm.
do. All right. So back to you, Hulla. You've found by this point the twigs and the pine cones that you need. Bits has helped you as well. They've come up with the pine cone. They give it to you.
Good girl, Bits. Good dog.
That's
Okay.
Before Hulla performs a
Mhm.
ritual, Ashanti's been checking out the other animals in the room. Are these
Mhm.
all awakened spirits, or do they look like they were natural animals that were just
Mm.
hiding in here? I mean, because we've got a fox, a polar bear cub,
Yep.
I'm guessing,
Animal
and
handling.
then the goat. And I'm just curious if there's anything with them. Oh, you want
Yep.
me to roll
You
animal
can.
handling? Okay.
Yes, please. Yeah. Hmm. An 8. It does appear to be younger cubs, kits, that kind of thing, and kids as well. There's a goat here too.
Okay.
They seem to be lacking like their mothers or fathers, and in the time you've been waiting here, you haven't seen any of them return. The awakened white moose does sort of sit down in the middle of them, almost like this kind of grandfather figure
Okay.
that they all kind of look to for reassurance. And the white moose, when they walked in here, they did sort of settle down everyone to make sure that they could be trusted, I guess.
Okay.
So you're not
Do they look
entirely
hungry?
sure.
Do
They
they look
certainly are a
hungry?
little bit, yeah, emaciated in some instances.
So
Though,
I'd like to ask the
yeah,
party if we
go on.
could get the cauldron out and make a stew and see if
Oh,
we can feed all the little animals while we're waiting.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, I got no problem with
mhm.
that.
We can
Yeah,
eat
I'm
some
sure
ourselves.
I'm sure Ravison will be pleased with that at least.
Right, and if we make
Okay.
a vegetable stew, the moose can eat it as well.
Moose are omnivores.
They
That's
I'm
are?
true.
pretty sure. I think so. Yep, they hunt.
Really?
Hmm.
I did not know that. I knew they were psychotic based on all the videos coming out of Canada, but I
Um,
didn't know they
No,
actually ate meat.
no, I'm not sure actually
Then,
in
Let
Yes.
me
those.
let me let me double check. Let me double check. But
okay,
Andy,
well, let me
also,
ask them the white moose, because you're awakened. You eat meat and vegetables, or just vegetables?
there was actually a sign of blood on the snout of this creature. If you look in the artwork, someone pointed
Oh,
out.
okay. I
okay.
thought
Um,
that was just because of the battle with us.
the white moose will say,
These are desperate times.
Okay.
In an
Well,
ideal
then let's.
world, we would just stick to our normal diet.
They are mainly vegetarian. I was wrong.
hmm
Mm,
Well,
sorry about that.
if we cook a vegetable and meat stew and pick out the meat bits, could you eat at least the vegetable bits?
Yes.
Okay, then that's what I'd like to be doing while everybody else is doing what they're
hmm
doing. I'd like to get the cauldron out and make food
All
for
right.
everybody.
You hear the moose kind of buck and beckon the others,
Gather round, little ones.
and they begin, yeah, partaking of this feast. Um, the fox actually says, like, needs more salt.
I've got salt. I can do that. That's not a problem. I actually have salt in my inventory, and so I can sprinkle a little salt in there. I'm not going to add the pepper because that
Oh,
might make it too spicy for everybody. But I can add a little bit of salt.
yeah, the fox is a lot happier. Thank you, thank you. It
Okay,
was bland before,
you're
but
more
this
than
is much
welcome.
better. Not many of the other creatures talk, but the fox and the moose do seem to share a conversation, and
Okay.
yeah.
And then so we feed the wolf cubs and the polar bear, and I turn to 607 and Faith and say, does the person that everybody's been talking to want a bowl of food?
I could ask them,
Okay.
Yeah,
and
it's
you
not you
probably
who asked.
hear from the other side. I will not accept handouts. You should hunt for your own food.
I,
It's
does
okay,
Faith
leave
come
it. I
back and
don't
tell me?
I don't
Does
think
Faith come
she's
back and tell me that?
Yeah, she just shakes her
Okay.
head.
Okay. Hunting for the pack is not a handout. It's survival of all. You do not leave anyone behind. If they are traveling with you, you take care of them until they leave.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, that I
She,
totally disagree with her on that. And I would storm up and tell her that. You absolutely do not leave anybody behind when you're traveling. And you feed everyone who comes to your campfire. There's basic rules of hospitality, basic rules of the road. Will Savaloy would tell you this if he were here, and every guard I have traveled with would tell you no one goes hungry at our campfire. So you can sit in there and starve to death. I don't care. Don't you dare make the rest of them feel bad for eating the food I prepared for 'em. I'll walk back.
yeah, just silence from the tomb, as if there
All
was
right,
just nothing in there but a
everybody,
an
y'all get a
entombed body.
second portion. You'll get a second
No,
portion.
the animals are grateful, and they greatly warm up to you, such to the point where the white moose is like actually thanking you, and he doesn't see it the same way as Ravison at all. Um, and
You're
he
welcome.
says, "You were right. Ashanti, was it?"
Yes. I've traveled my whole life, and I got to travel with some amazing people who taught me that when you're traveling together, you take care of each other. You don't let somebody get stuck in the mud and walk away from them. That when you're a group, then you take care of everyone in the group, whether you like them or not, whether you're friends with them or not. If they're part of the group, then they owe you the same obligation you owe them
Yeah.
to take care and and be mindful of everyone else in the group.
This is our caravan. I have taken many under my wing after their homes were lost to the deforestation. It is hard to provide for all of them, but thank you.
I'm sorry that the deforestation cost them their homes, but I wish them good dreams with a full belly for one night. May they all go to bed with full bellies and happy little whiskers and noses and in cuddle puddles and have good dreams.
It's certainly a better fate than those that the Ten Towners would give them. Their parents are likely pelts on their beds and meat in their stew.
Ashanti's deliberately not looking at Geist right now.
Yep, who is currently sitting with 3 wolf cubs, just with his wolf pelts. I'm just like, do 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 do.
But
there is
he
a
seems
circle
to
of life. I mean, if I died in the forest, I would hope that something would get use of my body if I no longer had use of it. It's sad sometimes that people become skulls that become drinking vessels and animals become pelts and stew meat. But it is the way of our world. We are not a world that was meant to live on sunlight and dreams. Although I've heard that there are worlds like that and there are people from those worlds.
Just there are so few of us left. The hunters, they would take but only small game, and oftentimes they would not over-cull. But their desperation has driven them far over that line.
I think that's why we need to end the winter. We need to bring back the circle's very out of balance. It's a killing time, a dying time. And we need to bring back a growing time.
Ravison thinks that the winter, this rhyme, you call it, will be the solution. But you
I think all this
seek to
rhyme will
end
do.
it.
All this rhyme is going to do is it's just going to kill everyone and everything. Because the trees need nutrients, and the sap can't move when it's frozen like this. And the little things that live on the trees need to be warm enough to be able to move about and forage for their food so that the birds and the squirrels can eat their food and eat the little insects. I've seen it time and time again. If a part of a forest dies, it can take the whole land with it.
You are wise, Ashanti.
No,
I wonder.
no, I'm just echoing what other people have told me. Thank
What you
for the
say makes
compliment.
sense. Whereas Ravison, she just seems fanatical.
There are
And they dig into
people
their stew.
that travel the whole time we've been talking, I've been trying to get a big bowl and picking all the meat out to give to the wolf and the foxes, and so the moose can have a big bowl of vegetable stew.
They eat last before everyone else does. All their other little cubs and snow hares, they all feed first, and then the moose takes the last, effectively, of the scraps. But with the stew, there's always enough to feed more and more, so he's not left wanting. That's for sure.
I'm gonna try to make sure the goat eats the stew as opposed to eating any of our clothes or cold weather gear or leather on the axe beaks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's head back to Hulla.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was just going to say, Geist is going to make sure the goat gets an extra big portion in honor of the goat that gave itself to save faith.
Yes, excellent. You see Andy is also warming up to the other owl here. Yeah, they're just huddling together. Almost like they know each other, or maybe... You never
is
know.
the other owl a girl? Andy, we don't have time to take care of baby chicks right now.
It is. It is a girl.
Oh no.
Wait, is Andy a boy?
Yes, Andy's a boy.
Okay, well, yeah, you never know.
Oh dear.
The Twitter painting.
We can modify the cage, to build a nest in the bottom, I guess.
All right. So
Can
Hulla,
bits come in and
yeah. Fitz was helping with the with collecting the pine cone, but yeah, they can come in. All right, that just leaves Hulla and Faith out here at the moment. Faith says, "Okay, so we've got the ingredients. The diagram seems to point to placing them in the brazier. Is that right?"
Yeah, that's what I think. That makes the most sense.
Okay.
And I'll go to the brazier and clear out all the any stuff that's falling into it in the meantime, so that it's
Yep.
empty.
Yep, you clean it out.
And then I've got matches and oil, so I will light a fire.
All right. You do, and you see the brazier is lit. Well, you need. It's just burning oil at the moment, I guess.
Yeah,
So,
just to
all
start
right.
it. So flame first,
Uh-huh.
and then I put in the pine cone, the twig, the feather, and once those are burning, I hold my hand over top of it, just on the edge of the flame.
Okay. Fire damage. It's usually about a D10. So
Okay.
if you're because you say you're holding it, right? You're not just like quickly putting it in and then ducking out again. You're
Yeah, no,
holding it over
I
the
am
flame.
gritting my teeth, and
Okay.
I'm forcing myself
Alright.
to put my hand in the fire.
Faith looks at you and says, "Are you sure about this? I can heal you if it gets too much."
I hope you will, but I've got to at least deal with the pain for now.
Okay.
I don't know what else to do. This is what it says. This is the only
Alright.
clue that we've
I'm with
got.
you.
Just yeah.
Fuck.
Oh my
God, I rolled
god.
the max. I rolled so high. 10 damage, fire damage, Hulla.
Oof.
As you hold the flame over your hand over the flame, it is the most excruciating pain you've ever felt in your life. Your skin begins to char, your fingernail begins to melt,
Oh god.
and
Oh.
Faith, roll a con save for me as well. Oh wow, okay.
Okay.
You are despite the excruciating pain able to actually hold your hand over there without flinching or pulling it back, which is a feat in of itself. And Faith is just wide-eyed at you as you continue to hold it. As you look over to the light that is now beaming from these pillars, you see each one of them has actually lit up, including the hand, the symbol on the hand. And when this happens, because they were like wind worn right before. Whoops. When they were wind worn, you couldn't really tell the symbol. But now, as they're shining light, it's almost as if they're like runes that are just glowing brightly, and it's very clear. This is lit up. It is a humanoid hand, and it is lit up right now in this moment. And all the pillars are like shining brightly, and you see all the snow on the sarcophagus lid suddenly sift away as if an unseen breeze just pushes all the snow away.
I pull my hand out of the fire.
The pillar at the bottom suddenly
Ah,
goes
okay.
out.
Okay.
Faith says,
Faith, I'm gonna need you to go and see what it says, please.
Okay. She rushes up to the top. Okay.
And I put my hand back in.
There's
Oh.
there's some sort of rune. She's gonna roll an Arcana check. She's not the best at it. She's like, I don't know what it means, but they're all around the side. They're glowing. There's runes around the lip of the sarcophagus where the lid is, and the runes have like lit up.
Can you write them? Can you write them down in the snow? Copy them into the snow.
Sure. She does so. It takes a little while to do that, I will say. So you can, but you don't have to have your hand in the fire to do that. It's as if like the snow has pushed away and now she can see the inscription of it. So she writes down the runes and she says, the lid it won't budge. Do you want to have a look at these? Or get someone to look at them?
Uh, if I pull my hand out of the fire, do they? Can I leave
The
it?
the inscription doesn't disappear,
Okay.
but the light on the pillar has gone out when you pull your hand out. The others remain lit though, so long as it continues to burn.
I
You can
will
also
come
give
over.
me an Arcana
Yeah.
check.
Oh God, I've been rolling like less than 5 this entire
Mm-hmm.
session. Come
I
on.
know it's been bad.
Oh
Look at
my
this and that
God,
one.
bloody.
They're not elvish, and
Crap.
you have no idea what they mean, unfortunately. But they seem to be all around the lid, like underneath the lid.
Mhm.
And Faith says that they lit up once the 5th pillar was like lit up as well. So these lit one by one as you put the ingredients in. The hand then lit up when you placed your hand in, and when you did that, all of these runes lit up, but you have no idea what the runes mean.
Okay. I'm going to go in and ask Barry for his notebooks so that I can copy everything down.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Barry,
Yeah, hello?
can you can I borrow your book so I can write some of these down? I can't figure it out on my own.
My book? About,
Yeah, don't you have a notebook? Or something to write with? Paper?
probably. Do I?
Don't you?
Other than the fact I've just been making posts about cops. Maybe I do?
Does
No?
anybody have
Well,
paper?
otherwise, how else would you have done that?
I know, yeah.
What do you need paper for?
I need to write down the runes here that lit up.
I mean, I've
Don't
got the Hades book. You could write in that, I guess. I don't know if that's sacrilegious or not.
I just paper and whatever.
Uh-huh.
Require.
Thank you. I owe
Okay.
you.
Copying down these runes and showing them to everyone, they can all make Arcana checks as well.
Yes, let's see. Guys, what do you know about Arcana?
Mm-hmm.
I will
The
a little bit.
Okay.
I have no uses of my talisman, but I've not even used any of them.
Maybe you didn't
Probably
restore
take a
them
long
on.
rest then, didn't you?
Maybe I didn't. Alright.
Okay. The DC was 12 anyway, so you got it.
Hey, finally we passed a check.
These are abjuration runes. And normally abjuration incorporates wards, guards, locks, that kind of thing. It is a protective spell that is on this tomb. And it seems like it is a sequence of arcane locks that seal the lid. And each of them must be activated. All 5.
So
disable
five
lock.
being the pine
Mhm.
cone, the twig, the feather, the flame. Are you sure you
No.
want to
Normally-
use your hand?
Who else's hand is going to do it? But I might need someone here to lift the lid. Ashanti, can I ask for your help? To once the pillars light up, can you
Absolutely.
lift the lid? I don't even know
Okay.
what I'm doing here. I'm not even sure what I'm hoping to find, but
Right.
there's
Normally
Any-
with an
not a
arcane
problem.
lock,
yeah.
Let me. Do you have another feather or twig?
Yeah, of course.
Is-
We've got
Okay.
Oops.
Let me
Okay.
try some. Let me try something.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Don't use your hand. How about that?
well, it worked once. That's all I know.
That's why I'm asking. Do you really want to use your own hand?
I should probably do a little cure on that first before I do it again because I might not survive otherwise.
yeah, Faith said she was going to heal you just in case. I think she's gonna do that real quick.
See, the reason I'm asking if you want to use your hand,
Oh, thank you, Faith.
I go into my backpack and I pull out a little bag that I've been collecting. I have a bag of hands here.
Sorry, what? You have a what? Whose hands do you have?
Guys, decide.
I have Brother Luke's hand. I have his guard guy's hand. I have this other guy's. I've been collecting hands.
Ah.
But if you really want to use your own, if you really want to hold your hand in the fire and just go at it, then
I guess that's quite handy.
Don't really want to use my hand, so if you have a hand going spare, that would be amazing. Are you
I have like four. I have like 4 hands in here. So here, take this one.
And you don't need it for anything? Why would you?
Well, I'll just get another one later on.
Right. Okay.
I don't know anything about magic, but can you use a dead person's hand? I mean, does it need? Can we do this?
We'll find out.
Does it have to be a live person? What if we find out because it raises 10,000 zombies?
Yeah.
When you alter the spell.
Also, hasn't carrying those around been quite harmful?
Oh.
No, not really.
Jamey.
It's turning out to be very handy, actually.
Oh. That was almost a backhanded pun.
Backhanded.
You're definitely nailing them.
Oh.
Got the finger on the pulse now.
Oh, I was gonna say that.
Handle on things.
Yeah. Right, but I start putting them back into my bag. All right, Ashanti, if you want to go ahead, then go ahead.
No, let's use one of the dead hands. It doesn't. I don't see anywhere in here that says it has to be a live hand, so we can try it. I mean, what have we got to lose?
It just says a humanoid hand, and it's something that burns.
Right.
So.
All right, take this one. I think this one's actually human, so you can. It's like double humanoid.
Okay. In that case, you head back over to the brazier, Hulla.
Yep.
Place the humanoid hand inside, and it begins to sizzle and burn. Flesh. The smell of burning flesh is not something you want to smell.
Mm-hmm. It's gross. But having burned my own hand, I am kind of immune to it for the moment. I've already got the smell in my nose.
All right.
You want me to lift the lid off?
Yeah, as soon as you can. Once it lights up. If you can try.
That's over here, Ashanti, the sarcophagus.
Oh, okay. I was following Hulla. I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to be. This right here?
That's the one.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't budge it. The light on the 5th pillar begins to glow, and you can see the runes around the lid begin to glow one by one until they emit the same sort of aura as the others. And she looks at you, Ashanti, and shrugs. Well, here goes nothing.
All right, I'll push.
Try to lift up. Okay.
Want me to roll a strength check or?
No, rather, this is a strength total that you need. What is your strength score?
My strength score is 18.
Okay. And that gives you, how much can you carry? Let's have a look at your inventory. 270 pounds.
Plus 4 plus 5? Wait, what is it?
You've got powerful build as well.
Mm-hmm.
Half-orc might.
I can help.
Goliath.
Yeah, one of the half-orc features is I can push, pull, or drag something as though I was a creature the size larger. I thought.
Yeah, I think that's powerful build, isn't it? I don't think
that is powerful build.
Goliaths.
Goliaths
definitely get it.
Goliath's Furbolgs and
yeah,
Loxodon, I think.
but you But I know in the rules you can push, drag, or lift a weight in pounds up to twice your carrying capacity, or 30 times your strength score. So your carrying capacity is 270, so double that would be 500 and
540.
which clears it. You actually need just 500, and so Ashanti is actually strong enough, just raw strength, to shove this grinding lid all the way open enough that you can start to see inside, where there is a mummified body of one of these moon elves that Ravison described. She has this gossamer cloth over her face like a veil, and one half of her face is like completely covered by this ceramic mask. And you see that it at the top, it kind of displays a headpiece like that of a crescent moon. And as soon as you push it open, you start to see a magic kind of pouring from within this tomb. You start to see the
Well,
fingers twitching, the bones kind of snapping.
well, you probably better get over here before it wraps its hands around my neck and starts to throttle me or something.
Coming. Uh, okay.
It's moving. I don't know how long it's
This
been locked in here, and I don't know if it's mad or not.
It's just glowing?
No,
Like-
it moved.
the glow seems to all dissipate as if pulling into the body of this moon elf, and suddenly you see a kind of glow in her own eye as if she's opening it, but there is no eye. There's just a socket, but now with that kind of soft glowing light that was similar to the pillar, now kind of breathing life into her. She grabs a hold of the edge of the sarcophagus and begins to lift herself up and starts to look around at all of you. Faith kind of backs away.
I put myself right in her field of vision. Say,
She
please, we ask for
she
your
offers
help.
out a hand. Oh, yeah, okay. Well,
Yeah.
she offers out a hand as if she's expecting you to help her out.
I take it.
It is cold and bony, and yeah, you feel almost like no life is in their limbs, and yet they animate, and they stand up, steady
This may have been a
themselves
bad
with
idea.
your weight, and they come to rest on the snow. They look at you and give a very slow nod of like as a thank you. And then she stares out into this cold winter, into this heavy snowfall. She like holds out her hands and you already see it begin to sort of settle on her palms. And she seems a little bewildered almost. But nonetheless, she seems to have a look of recognition as well. More like she recognizes this place, but she's bewildered by the weather. She looks down at the snow around her feet, and then looks back at you and tilts her head for a moment and speaks in an elvish tongue. Nuth the well, Anna.
I do speak Elvish.
Oh, you do, yes. So you
Do.
understand, like, she says, what has happened to my home? Why is it icy and cold? Is it winter already?
That the goddess of the winter, Oral, has made it winter for years now. It's been unending. She's broken the cycle of the seasons. We don't know how to stop it. But the land is dying. The animals, the plants, the people. We can't survive this much longer. Do you know, Oral?
The Queen of Frozen Tears. How strange. Why would Lady Frostkiss do this?
We don't know. Nobody knows. It just came up one day. No one's been able to communicate with her or find her. She casts the spell every night, it seems, but she hasn't told anybody what she wants, why she's doing this. We don't understand. Please.
She doesn't seem to understand either, but she seems to know of this goddess. What of the other gods? Have they not intervened?
No. No, I mean, I don't think so. The Temple of Hades is trying to figure out what's going on, but that's just the clerics. That's not... We haven't heard directly from any other gods up here. We're alone. He's also taken some people away. Again, we don't know why.
It is often said that Lady Frostkiss chooses to preserve beauty. I have heard she encases those she feels are timeless in ice, such as to preserve their beauty. Perhaps she is doing this to the Dale. Or to those people.
You think that she thinks that this is beautiful and is trying to preserve it?
She shakes her head. No.
Whoops, I'm sorry. I don't have Elvish. I did not understand any of that. I apologize.
Yeah, that's okay. She doesn't seem to believe the word she's saying anyway. Almost as if it's just a theory, but something she knows at least about Lady Frostkiss, as she puts it. She looks down and... Are you still holding the statue, Hulla?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. She looks down at it and notices you have it.
Do you know this statue? Do you know the ritual?
She looks down and says, "You hold Solanor, the Landira, an elven god of hunting and archery. But their skills and powers extended into surviving in wild and harsh places, moving unseen." She looks at the inscription and says, It says, "An arrow to pierce the heart of darkness." This is a remove curse spell, capable of ridding one of all kinds of ailments.
Yes, that's what we know. I mean, we need it for. But the words are missing.
She helps you reform the words. Very simply, she understands this. She intrinsically, it was most likely her entire life's work to study the goddesses and gods of the elves. And yeah, she describes as much as you would like to know about Solanor, but rather that part is secondary. Solanor carried a magical elven longbow that could fire as far as the horizon. And they had a necklace of adaptation, but boots of varied tracks, but nonetheless they were able to overcome many harsh wilds and ailments over her time. as a ranger, they did have a touch of divine about them, that were able to basically overcome sickness, ailments, even madness. They would the missing part is that it's basically like a short phrase about how you should always fly true, straight, unwavering until you hit your target, until you achieve your goals. And she explains this. This is the meaning behind this. So, yeah. The iconography of
Thank you.
Solinar is restored.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't know what this means to me. This
She
this will
bows.
save the life of someone who's trying to bring back the seasons. Thank you. What can we do for you?
Is this all in
Exchange.
Elvish, by the way?
This is all in Elvish.
It would
Yeah.
absolutely be in Elvish, yeah. She doesn't
Okay,
speak any
yeah,
other
yeah.
language. It's been so long.
Okay.
For another priestess, she says. Anything. She nods and she gestures towards herself and says, Sana is my name.
Hello, Sana. My name is Hulla. These are my companions. And the one whose life you just saved is Danica Greysteel of the Temple of Hades.
God of the underworld.
Of life and death
Seems-
and natural cycles.
Speaking of cycles, you say this endless winter. How long has it been going on for?
Years.
She looks
Hmm.
around. What happened to my tomb? It's in pieces. She points over yonder towards the wall. Has it been ransacked? Did thieves break in?
No. No one's been able to find this place without help. It's being looked after by some frost druids or a frost druid, but she doesn't seem terribly interested in maintaining it, to be honest. We've only just got here.
Frost druid. She maintains this place?
Well, she lives here anyway.
I would much like to speak with her.
I can show you where she is. I can take you in there. Of course, you probably already know the way.
She does go around. She walks the long way around, of course. Not jumping off a 10-foot high cliff. But yeah, she kind of almost glides in the snow, like elegantly. She's probably very light, considering most of her flesh is rotted away.
I do my best to follow her.
We will follow
And yeah.
behind.
You
And
guys,
whisper.
she fixed the spell. She told me everything that I needed to know about the archer statue. It can remove the
That's
curse.
incredible. So she's a friend? Oh,
She's
that's
friendly.
wonderful.
I think so.
Where are we going?
I don't know. She wants to talk to Ravison.
Oh, that should be something to watch from a distance.
Well, I don't know if Ravison speaks Elvish. It's one issue. You might have to be an intermediary. Yeah,
I
she
can
doesn't.
translate. Yeah.
Oh boy. Sana approaches, and you could ask about the mirror if you wanted to on the way. Briefly.
Do you
Ice
know anything
is asking. Yeah.
That's more just Geist curiosity and me out of character curiosity. Like,
Mm-hmm.
You know anything about that magical mirror in there? We were wondering. Well, we were hoping to restore a creature, a petrified creature.
It is known as the Mirror of the Full Moon. It is a way to locate others. It works like a crystal ball, actually. A powerful divination tool that you must be attuned with. And for everyone here, it becomes evident as to how suddenly the moose is able to locate maybe others in here, or maybe or Ravison is able to locate others and send the moose in that direction. Locate hunters, loggers, etc. But who's to say you can't use it for other things as well? But she does say, though, unfortunately, the mirror only works on the night of a full moon, or so long as one of the priestesses is able to cast a moonbeam on it. Much is the same for the locking mechanism of the dial outside.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think any of our party would be able to do that.
Locate the thing in the lake.
Ooh.
That would be tricky, considering I think divination works on people and not objects. I can double check for you though. Scrying, it's the spell.
yeah.
Scry on a
See and
thing?
hear a particular creature. Yeah, it is
That's a
see
shame.
and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane. So you can use it to locate people, but not objects.
Does a corpse count as a creature in this case?
Corpse?
But,
no, because the target has to roll a wisdom save. So
Yeah.
a corpse isn't
I
an
was
object.
thinking you could find the white lady's body because she went down with the ship.
Well, the white lady was strapped to the
Oh yeah.
the statue. Yeah. You already know that.
Yeah, that's true. Or one of the other people on the ship, I guess.
Yeah, maybe her husband or something like that. Who knows? But yeah, I'm afraid it's only living creatures. I'm
Shame.
afraid. All right. So we're coming up to time here. I realize, but I think if you wanted to quickly have a conversation between them, you could.
Well, we
Or
can
do you
leave it
think this is a
to
good place
next.
to end it?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree.
let's leave it to
start
leave it to next time because we don't want to rush that. I don't think.
Okay, doke. Yep,
Yep.
that sounds good. Alrighty then. Well,
Mm.
you guys pretty much you've got your the reason why you came here, Hulla.
Yes. Which I really
You
didn't
can
think. I thought I'd blown it.
No, not at all. You took some fire. You scarred your hand a little bit with a charred hand, but nothing that Faith couldn't heal off. It seems. Faith's cold magic is very good counteracting fire. Thinking about it, like you need a bucket of ice. Faith is probably the right person to help you cast that. But yeah, so perfect. Which means you can head back, complete the quest, and upon doing that, you will probably all level up. So
Hooray.
um, at that, I was wondering maybe if you want to do it now, but there is still an undecided what you're going to do with Ravison. See, so I think we'll hold off on that. I just trying to think about how speeding it up because next session you're going to get a level up, right? So rather than doing it in the middle of session, but we'll see. It won't be too long. Just have in mind what you would like to do for your
Yeah,
either
'cause
ability
it's
score improvement or feat.
yeah, because that's going to take some time to go through for me. I think to decide what to do with those.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that since we hit level 3 or even level 2. Like it's just like, do I go for the con increase because of however so many things are con saves? Do I go for the dex? Do I go for the wisdom?
Right.
Yeah.
So I would just say between now and next session, have a think about that, so that when you're ready next session, we're not going to like slow down the game or anything.
Yeah.
We can just do a level up real quick and then get back into it. Perfect.
Okay.
All right. Well
Yeah.
then, awesome. We'll end the stream here and
Right.
see about finishing off 10 Towns' last quest next week. Good
Hey.
job, guys.
Amazing.
Bye for
Thanks,
now.
everybody.
Bye.